What's going on, Broncos Country? Welcome into our Broncos Rams preseason finale watch party. The next time we will be talking, it will be for a regular season game. So this is the last time we have to pretend like this football really matters, because at the end of the day, we split hairs over wide receiver 6 on the roster, and then they never see the field in the regular season. But we do have some football to talk about on today's show. Those are not the right weigh-ins. Okay. We are going to run through some players to watch and things like that. But while we kind of build up here and while we are in the pregame tailgate portion of the show, shout out your city down in the comment section for below for me. Let me know where you are watching from. Shout out your city in the chat. I'm gonna be giving shout outs to everyone down in the chat section right now. Sorry. We have Keanu tuning in from Hawaii. Love to see it. I saw Los Angeles come in from Pedro. Elia Munson. What is wrong with me to start this one? Elia Munson is watching from Alaska. Love to see it, Elia. Robert's in Denver. YouTube Boss Mode is in Columbus, Georgia. We have Wisconsin in the house. California in the hood. Garrett is watching from Lakewood, Colorado. Keep getting those cities in the chat right now. It is always fun to see how big Broncos Country is, going from coast to coast, pole to pole. Pueblo, Colorado. Mr. Rodriguez is in Panama. Rock Bottom Racing from Brownwood, Texas. Springfield, Missouri. Eugene, Oregon. Littleton, West Virginia. Ohio, Colorado Springs. Keep getting those cities in the chat. We have Kansas, enemy territory, from Cobrax, Cali from Seachang, Fluorescent, Colorado, Huntington, West Virginia, Idaho Falls, coming in from Mr. Len, San Diego from Angel Cortez. Let me know where you are watching from. Shout out your city in the chat. We are just over 30 minutes away from kickoff. Now, if you are looking forward to hearing about Russell Wilson in this game, I got bad news. Looks like majority, if not all, of the starters are not playing tonight. Pretty much every single marquee name is not suiting up. Now, some names that I have not seen suiting up, I'll kind of rattle off the ones that it appears are not playing. Russell Wilson, Justin Simmons, Kareem Jackson, Caden Stearns, K'Wan Williams, Jerry Jeudy, Courtland Sutton, Zach Allen, and Patrick Surtain. After last week, are we going to see Randy Gregory and Frank Clark run with like the third and fourth string defense tonight? I don't know, Jim, but we do have some things to watch for in this game, no doubt about it. I first want to hear from everyone watching, though. Who is one player that you are keeping an eye on this game? Meaning someone that you are paying extra close attention to because you believe tonight has major implications for whether it's making the roster or where they finish on the depth chart. Let me know someone you are watching for in tonight's game. Brendan is watching for Jaleel McLaughlin, the UDFA. I agree with that one. Timur's going with Tyler Beatty. That's another good one for sure. Kingston says Damari Mathis, just because you want to see if he can be a legit CB2. I can see that. Marvin Mims coming in from a bunch of people. Garrett's going with Frank Clark. Yeah, I'm excited to see Marvin Mims. We missed him in the first preseason game. Didn't really see him getting a whole lot of action the second preseason game. So how about week 3 of the preseason? Marvin Mims coming in hot from Moss, from Elia Munson, from Cobrax, from Eric. Timur's going with Elijah Garcia. That's the UDFA. Well, I shouldn't say UDFA. That's the defensive tackle who was signed off the Rams practice squad last year, who was eventually, or at one point, a UDFA, but not in the sense of he's a UDFA this year for Denver. DeAndre Weatherspoon, Jaleel McLaughlin, Mims, and the offensive line. The starting O-line is not playing tonight, which I get 2 weeks before week 1. You don't want anyone getting injured. But also, if there is any group that should be getting the most amount of reps possible, it might be the starting offensive line. Angel says Jordan Jackson. Yeah, that's more of a depth chart, I think, right? Is Jordan Jackson going to compete for a starting role, or is he going to be part of that rotation on the defensive line? Now, I want to give you guys some things to watch for myself, starting with the wide receivers. Jerry Jeudy, of course, injured his hamstring and joined practice with the Rams last week. and we don't quite know the extent of how much time he will miss. My suspicion is he will miss week 1. It's 2 weeks away. This is the kind of injury that could take a month to heal, so it could be the first 2 weeks of the season. You don't want to push a soft tissue injury, and if that's the case, you are down 2 of your top 3 wide receivers, right? The lone man standing is Courtland Sutton. So who's going to step up, right? Is it Marvin Mims? Is it Brandon Johnson? It's not going to be Jalen Virgil, unfortunately. He is out for the year with an injury. So who inevitably is going to step up and take some snaps on and make the most out of it? Second thing I'm watching for, Albert Okwuegbunam. Is he all of a sudden going to make a push to make the roster? I don't know. I think there's a chance Albert O might be pushing for a roster spot. He had some touchdowns in the joint practice with the Rams this week. He's been blocking much better as of late. After starting the first depth chart off at tight end 5, maybe Albert O can make a surge to crack the 53-man roster. Next thing to watch for, just the top 3 UDFAs in this game, which in my eyes are Jaleel McLaughlin, Elijah Garcia, and Alex Powell from Illinois on the offensive line. All 3 of those guys are primed to make the 53-man roster with a good game tonight. All 3 players go out there, execute, do their job. I think more likely than not, they are making the active roster, which is really cool to see for them because Denver is a sanctuary for UDFAs breaking out and making the 53-man roster. So for 3 to make it this year, now Denver didn't have many draft picks, so that's partially why, but it's awesome story to see guys who go undrafted and then make the roster in the NFL. Next thing I am watching for, Sean Payton's winning culture. He has been furious, borderline livid after the first 2 preseason losses coming down to the final moments of the game. At home, home opener, big new Jumbotron on full display for everyone. You got to envision that Sean Payton is going to be coaching his ass off, pulling out all the stops in this game to try and get his team into the win column. So Sean Payton trying to find that first win in Denver. Whether it's the preseason or not, he is taking it very seriously. He is not mailing it in, and he is not fast-forwarding to the regular season. He believes that in order to start winning, you have to start in the preseason. And for a team that has not had a lot of winning success since 2016 and really 2015, who are we to say he's wrong, right? So Sean Payton's winning culture, very excited to see that, hopefully on full display tonight. And number 5, I'm just going to go with the defensive line. I'm a little bit concerned about the D-line because after Zach Allen, who's there, right? DJ Jones has been in and out with injuries. Mike Purcell has come back from being injured all season long and agreed to kind of redo his contract. So you've got DJ Jones, Mike Purcell, Jonathan Harris. You could do a lot better, I think, in the NFL. Elijah Garcia, could he maybe make some noise as a UDFA defensive tackle? I just want to see how the whole D-line plays in general because they are going up against a pretty weak Rams offensive line. They should feast. And if they don't feast, that's a bit of a question/concern going into the regular season. So those are the 5 things I am watching for in this game. Let me know in the comment section, 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, which one you are looking for the most. Is it the wide receivers without Jerry Jeudy moving forward for at least the time being? Albert O trying to make a late push to make the roster and overtake a UDFA Nate Atkins, which is pretty crazy to think about. Albert O, who was the starter last year at this time, is now trying to get his job back from a UDFA. The top 3 UDFAs on this roster in my eyes, Sean Payton trying to get that first coveted win as a Broncos head coach. And finally, the defensive line as a whole. I'm seeing number 5 from Angel Cortez, Garrett Ringy saying number 5, Terrell Burt saying number 1, Chris Cross, that's going to give me a lot of tongue twisters. Chris Cross says number 1, Tamora Geese says number 3, Sparky says number 4. No interest in Alberto, it looks like. Tough day for Alberto Okwuegbunam. Brett Rogers says number 4. Biggie Bronco says all the above. Kenny saying number 5. Eric saying number 5. Elijah Munson's going with number 3. DeAndre Weatherspoon saying the D-line is another one, along with 1 and 2. So finally, Alberto getting some love right there. Less than 30 minutes to go until kickoff. Here is our Super Chat menu today. First time Super Chatter, so if you have never Super Chatted before and you'd like to Super Chat onto the channel for the first time, we've got this Ram. It's beautiful. We've got this wand, and we're going to beat the Ram. So first time Super Chatters, we beat the Ram. $5 Super Chat. We are doing a bit of a unique giveaway today. It might not land. I think it's kind of cool, though. And if you think it's cool, $5 Super Chat enters you into the raffle for it. Text, you'll add all the names to the wheel for the raffle. Awesome. So here is the challenge flag. Basically, it's an awesome tool to have around your home, around your friends, around your house. Anytime someone says something that's a little bit BS-y, you just throw the challenge flag on them. It's going to make its way around the house. $5 Super Chat. We will raffle this thing off at the 2-minute warning. So we'll mail it to you. I've already kind of signed it, so you can have some Broncos history in your home. But $5 Super Chat entered into the raffle to win this challenge flag. $10 Super Chat. I have cooked up a bunch of hot takes for the 2023 NFL season, and I'll go down my list one by one for every single $10 Super Chat. $20 Super Chat, we are going to do shots here on the show. So if you want to have a little bit of a partay with us, $20, and we'll do some shots for the crew. And then $50 Super Chat. It is not the Mile High Club that you were conceived in. It is our very own Mile High Club. We've got this Broncos hard hat. We'll get your name on a sticker on it, like Elijah Munson and Mr. Alaska. So if you want to be a part of Broncos Breakdown history, you want this to be in Canton one day with your name on it, $50 goes a super long way to help support the channel, of course, and we add your name to our hard hat for an MVP, if you will, of the show. Robert, what if I do 100? I'll do a backflip. That's what's going to happen if you do a $100 Super Chat. I will seriously hurt myself, but a $100 Super Chat would be absolutely bonkers. We've got AFX Apocalypse in the chat. What's going on, dude? Stetson Bennett Bowl. You're right. I actually had not thought about Stetson Bennett playing, and I'm very excited to see him crash and burn. I've got a personal vendetta against Stetson Bennett. I had a good-sized wager that he would not get drafted. The Rams completely screwed me over. In round 4, they take Stetson Bennett. This is an anti-Stetson Bennett show tonight. We are rooting against him. Beat a block the bots, baby. Beat a block the bots, everyone. But that is the Super Chat menu, so if you are feeling so inclined and you would like to support the show, by all means, feel free to Super Chat your way onto the screen. Just over 20 minutes to go. Let's get some shout-outs right now. Who we got? Broncos or Rams? Let me know down in the comment section. DENLAR. Okay. Who's ready for me to go over the entire list of names of players that are not in uniform tonight? I'm going to go down the list. I'm going to go a little slow because there are a lot of names, like 35 names or so. So let's get started. Oh! $200 in Super Chats! Let's go! Oh my God! Wow! Holy smokes! Robert calls me out, and Brett Rogers meets him at the rim to throw it down! Rogers 24-24. Welp, let's see it. Are you a man of your word? Go Broncos. Oh, boy. And then Brett Rogers immediately afterwards, a first-time Super Chatter, keep in mind, with a $100 Super Chat. First-time Super Chat, beat the Ram. Backflips. Let's see it. No more losing. Okay, we got one more Super Chat that just came in. I want to get that on screen. And then text. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be a 911 call afterwards. Sparky 916, challenge accepted. First time Super Chatters beat the Rams. I am nervous. Okay, could you start giving some shout-outs for a moment? I got to take the headset off because I'm going to, just on the cord, kill myself.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, so Tex is going to give some shout-outs for a moment.
Yes, sir.
While I undo my harness, if you will.
What's up? Mose, do a flip. Says it 5 times. I think he wants you to do a flip. What's up, Jawan? Moss, Crisscross. What's up, dog? What's up, Garrett? Bobby Bottom, Z. Let's see. Ophelia Mendoza. Sorry. Pedro Castilian. What's up, dog? Garrett Ringy. Jawan Powell. Terrell Burt. Either way. Whichever your preference.
All right.
All good?
I've removed my harness more or less just so I can talk to you guys for a moment.
Good.
I have not thought this through, Tex, and that is on me, but I'm going to give it the old college try. And this might not look pretty. I don't know how to do the best. You want to just kind of go full screen for a moment?
Yeah.
That's probably going to be the best way. We'll get just the score at the bottom or something.
I got you.
Yeah, this is not going to be a pretty sight. Okay, let's give it a whirl.
Yeah.
This is going to be something. This is something we're all going to remember, and probably not for good reasons. But okay. I don't even know the best way to really attack this. Like, I don't have a big circumference of area here. Like, just okay. 3, 2, 1. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. We're gonna try it again. I don't even know the best way. Like, look at me. I am not an athletic human being here. Okay. How about, I'm just going to do, okay. If anyone's got suggestions, I'm all ears in the chat right now. No, see, I don't, how do they do this? You guys were very convincing with the $200 in Super Chat. No, see, this isn't going to land well. That's good enough. More me. I have a lot of work to do on my physique to get myself in a spot to do this. Brett says good enough. I kind of hurt my knee on the first one, if I'm being honest. I knew I couldn't do a backflip, but Robert's saying you got to go more than an inch off the ground. I don't disagree, Robert. Maybe like a handstand? Would a handstand be good? Okay.
PD handstand. I can see your feet. Oh, God. Yes.
Okay. Good look?
Yeah.
Good form. Great handstand.
Create the handstand in the chat.
I did it. I did it. We did it. We did it, baby. We did it. Okay. That was something I look forward to going back and rewatching. Yeah. Can you give some shout-outs? I'm going to rehook my microphone back in. I got to think of a new gymnastics exercise that I could actually maybe accomplish for a $100 super chat.
Yes. What's up, Lawan Vegas? What's up, AFX Apocalypse? He says, do a belly shot.
No, don't feed into AFX Apocalypse.
Okay, I got you. I'm doing apple juice shots right now, says Moss. What's up, Eric? OMG, at least the handstand was better. Hey, that's progress. We'll take it. Brian Sherman gave me a good chuckle. It also gave me a good chuckle. I was laughing pretty hard behind the computer here. Garrett Ringy said, don't risk it, Matt. Well, we tried it, and then we came to an alternative with the handstand. So, what's up, Angel Cortez? He said $200 if Tremont Smith gets a pick six.
Okay, we are back.
There we go.
Let's throw the $200 super chats back on screen for a moment because they were sensational. And I didn't actually think you would quickly turn around with a $100 super chat when I said I'll do that. So shame on me. Robert, you're a legend. Welp, let's see it. Are you a man of your word? Go Broncos. Robert, let me give you a hot take. And have you add him to the raffle, of course. Yep. Everyone over $5. Yep. Sparky, 5 and above gets added. All right, so I have some hot takes that I'm going to give out to people who send $10 super chats or more. Brett Rogers, your hot take I'm going to give. Ready for this one? I bet the Rams finish with the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft and select Drake May. That's my, hot take for you, Mr. Brett Rogers, and I'm not a believer in the Rams this season. And then we had the other $100 super chat come in from Robert. Oh, and you get the hard hat thing, of course. And then Robert, my hot take for you, and then we'll add you to the hard hat too. I'm going to go with, I think you might enjoy this one, Robert. I bet the Rams finish 4th. Just miss out, 4th in the draft, on Caleb Williams and Drake May, and they select an all-time draft bust. This one will take about 4 years to really marinate and simmer, but come back to me in 4 years, and we'll see how it landed. Probably better than my backflip, because that didn't take off at all. I don't know if you guys... Dude, I knew I couldn't do a backflip, but I don't know how pro athletes, well, they're pro athletes, so that's probably how, but they just go up there and they just go boom. Yeah, what is that? All right, let me add you guys to our hard hat Broncos Country Hall of Fame. Brian Sherman will beat the Ram in just a moment. Let me add, it was Robert. Well, go to myself for a second. Robert. Okay, Robert, you're getting added to the hard hat right now. Put you right next to Miss Elia Munson. Okay. And then we also had Brett. All right, Brett. I'm going to do Brett R because there's only so much space here. Brett with 1 T. All right, Brett. Here we go. And then we're going to actually get back to talking football because I feel bad for everyone that did not want to see my handstand. Could you imagine tuning in for that exact moment? We've got Robert right there and Brett right there. Shout out to both of you. Plus, we got a $5 super chat coming in from Brian Sherman. We'll add you to our raffle giveaway. But a first-time super chatter, Brian. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting the show. Here we go. Okay, we have over 173 people watching right now, just 34 likes. It would go a long way if you could like the video. So if you want the Broncos to get their first preseason win, I can't guarantee liking the video is actually going to get that done. But if you are a little superstitious, Michael Scott style, just a little stitious, I don't think it can hurt. So why not give it a shot? Robert, you are the man. Thank you so much, dude. We are going to do the raffle giveaway or the raffle drawing. 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter. So everyone entered into that. Make sure you come back if you do leave the stream for the 2-minute warning giveaway. Okay. I'm losing my voice a little bit just from the excitement of the $200 super chats that came in back to back. That was incredible. Shout out to you guys. So with that being said, we have some more kind of like questions we can toss out back and forth. Oh, I wanted to read all the players who are not playing today. That's what I was going to do before the $100 supers just flew in. Okay, let me read off every name that is not playing in today's game against the Rams. Write it down so you don't forget. Name that movie. Jonathan Cooper. Dang it. Pat Surtain, Russell Wilson, Randy Gregory, P.J. Locke, K'Wan Williams, Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, Kareem Jackson, Samaje Perine, Damari Mathis, Caden Stearns, Justin Simmons, Javonte Williams, Fabian Moreau, Riley Moss, Nick Benito, Josie Jewell, Alex Singleton, Frank Clark, Mike McGlinchey, Garrett Bowles, Ben Powers, Quinn Miners, Lloyd Cushenberry, Greg Dulcich, Adam Trotman, Chris Manhertz. 3 tight ends who are all roster locks, I guess, are not playing. Does Denver take a 4th tight end? If so, could that be Albert O? Jonathan Harris, DJ Jones, Tyler Lancaster, Mike Purcell, and Zach Allen. I would say every single person on that list is probably going to make the roster. So guys that were a little iffy, Fabian Moreau, I don't think he's injured. Tyler Lancaster, I guess these guys have already proven themselves to the coaching staff on the practice field, so those guys are looking to be locks to make the roster right now. So, here we go. Moss, we can arrange something, but predict the score for me. Broncos versus Rams. How about this? If anyone super chats a score prediction in, and it is right, I will do another backflip attempt / concede and do a handstand. So if anyone super chats the correct score, we'll end the game with a handstand. But first, we will try the backflip again, which will not go well. But we will give it an effort. Noel says 24-16 Denver. Michael saying Broncos 23, Rams 20. Brian, I'll tune back in after the game. Brian, adios, amigo. Angel Cortez, 21-14. Brendan, next time a $100 super chat comes in, you got to get pied. Sounds good to me. That's probably better for the audience. We don't have the equipment to pie myself, a.k.a. the whipped cream or the shaving cream even. But I don't dislike the idea, and we can definitely get that for the next watch party. Eric saying Denver 10, Rams 7. Juwan Powell 21-10. Thank you, Big Coop. Just plop that right there for me. Juwan Powell. So, yeah, Coop, one of our executive producers just stepped in. This guy in the chat goes, what will we do for a $100 super chat? And I was like, I'll do a backflip. 30 seconds later, $200 super chats come in. I gave my best chance at a backflip. I didn't even take off the ground. Oh, it's all on YouTube.com. Oh, yeah. I conceded with a handstand. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's bad. It's very bad, and it's all online. It is not going anywhere. The internet lasts forever. Chris Odell says Broncos 2-0 in overtime. A safety in overtime. That would be something. Yeah. Did I say, Frank Clark's not playing? Randy Gregory, did I also say he's not playing? Yeah, I think I said Frank Clark. Is Frank Clark playing? Frank Clark's not playing. But did I say Randy Gregory was not playing? Yeah. No Randy Gregory or Frank Clark. Okay. So pretty much anyone cool is not playing in this game. Yeah. B to block the bots. Michael Garcia, I'll throw $100 to the channel if you show them double D's under your blue shirt. Game on. Let's see if you are a man of your word, Michael. Game on, dude. Let's see how this one goes. I'm going to lose all of my viewers. I cannot flash the camera. That's borderline prostitution. I can't do it, actually, Michael. I can't do it. Don't send it in. Don't send it in for that reason. Yoda, 27-24 Rams. Denver's got to win this one, right? Kind of just home field, whole crowd's there, new Jumbotron, good vibes, going into the regular season. You need this one. You need a win. You need a win. Yeah. I can't believe we have gotten very deep in dark waters for what I'll do for a $100 super chat. Did not wake up thinking that would be the case here. Russell Wilson is not playing. Crossover for life, 17-10 Broncos. 220 likes. We're only, 220 viewers. 50 likes? That's a big F you to me. Why do that? I did a handstand for you guys. I did 2 backflips. Perfectly, too, by the way. Olympic quality backflips by me. And just 50 likes to show for. Tis. All right. We are, 5 minutes away from kickoff? And we are luckily on NFL Network today. So with the big boys of the league. There are some other questions we can throw on screen there, Mr. Tex. Let's see. What else are we going to kind of shoot the shit with here as we get ready towards kickoff? How many wins for the Broncos in 2023? Give me your best prediction at that. How many wins for Denver in 2023? Type a number in the comment section right now. I have said 9-8 is the record prediction for this team for quite some time. I want to jump up to like 10-7 because 10 wins just feels so much better. Just go to the weigh-ins. Yeah. No. AFX Apocalypse has watched a bunch of Suits all of a sudden, and he just knows all the legality laws on online internet streaming. Something tells me that going on a live stream and flashing is not going to be a good idea unless you want the FBI at your front door. Let's ask how many wins for this team in 2023. Brad says 8 wins. Angel with 89 wins. That would be an incredible season. Moss says 17-0. Yoda says Broncos 11-6 on the year. Juwan Powell says 10. Uncancelable 7-11. No, that is way too big of a range. Come on, it's in there. Yep, how many wins for Denver in 2023? Jason Miller, let's remember though, last game against the Rams was 51-14 and we lost. That is true. That was a regular season game. So, Ronnie says 12 wins. Sparky says 9 wins. We going 18-0, winning the bye week. That'd be pretty impressive. Okay. Give some more shout-outs here. It is in the comment drivers. Yep. How many wins for the Broncos in 2023? Michael Garcia, 11 wins guaranteed. Rodney going 12-5. Angel Cortez, will the Rams play their starters? Rams never play their starters in the preseason. You're not going to see Matthew Stafford. You're not going to see Cooper Kupp. That's just the Sean McVay line of thinking. And we should know that because Sean McVay, top of the food chain, who came below him? Matt LaFleur. Who came below Matt LaFleur? Nathaniel Hackett. Trickle-down effect. So, Rams do not play their starters in the preseason. AFX Apocalypse, how about this question for you? Just AFX Apocalypse. More wins, Broncos or Rams in 2023? How about that question? Who has more wins this year, Denver or Los Angeles? I think Denver. I think the Rams are going to bottom out this year. We're going to see a major blow-up, which is kind of strange because they are just like 2 years removed from winning a Super Bowl. But if any fan base should know that a Super Bowl does not guarantee success forever, it's this one. So I think the Rams are kind of heading down that Broncos, and I wouldn't say the kind of Broncos / like Ravens from 2012, sort of ish, but not quite the same path of you won a Super Bowl, but the next 5 years were some tough seasons. I think that's what we are going to see for the Broncos this upcoming season. That's my 2 cents right there. Yeah, beat it, block the bots. We got some predictions that the Rams will have a better season. It does depend on Russell Wilson. That is for sure. All right, here we go. We are about to get things kicked off here. Let me know, what are you sipping on, though, back at home? Are you having a cold one? You having some, something on the rocks? We've got a parachute flying into the game right now with the GoPro on it. That's pretty sick. All right. We got a paratrooper coming down, it looks like. Meanwhile, Jets and Giants is in the final 2 minutes with the New York Jets beating up their next-door neighbors, the New York Giants. Moss, Apple Juice. Wow, what is wrong with me? Apple juice shots. Jordy's having some water. Garrett's having some Polar Seltzer water. Angel's having some Mountain Dew Baja Blast. PBR for Brian. Little Payne is having a Ram. I'm not quite sure what a Ram is. Moss having apple juice. Grizzly Pod's got a milkshake. Sounds like a pretty good milkshake, Grizzly Pod. Chocolate milk and brownies from Michael Garcia. And Diet Dr. Pepper. An elite diet drink right there. Last push here. 300-plus people watching. Who you got? Denver or LA? Type DEN for the Broncos. Type LAR for the Rams. Let me know who you got as we are just over 60 seconds away or so from kickoff at the Mile High Stadium. Brand new Jumbotron, so really exciting to see that be unveiled. And the fans are getting to see what it's like to have a super-duper rich owner. And that is awesome to see. Once again, neither team is really playing any starters at all. You're going to see a lot of backups out there, so it's not going to be the best product if we're being real, but it's still preseason football. So just like you at home, we are an absolute simp for football here, and we're going to watch all 4 quarters. We're going to hang out with you guys for the entirety of this game, and we're going to learn about the UDFAs making a push for the roster, some of the depth chart battles, and just roster jockeying and whatnot, as this is the 3rd and final preseason game. So, of course, the last chance for all these players to end on a high note, whether it's finding a spot on Denver's roster or finding a spot on someone else's roster. This is the last gas, if you will. Meanwhile, we have 45 seconds left in the Giants-Jets game, which just had a touchdown scored, but with 47 seconds to go, the New York Jets have a 10-point lead over the New York Giants, which will likely end this game. Eric Radford says Denver, Steven going with the Broncos, Juwan Powell going with the Broncos, Apocalypse going with the Rams, Little Payne going with the Rams, Carlos going with the Rams. Q, that's a pretty funny comment, not going to lie. Yoda going with the Rams, but that's a Denver fan, so I don't know what to make of that. All right, we are live from Denver as the game has been kicked off. Jared Stidham is out there to start. If you're ready for this one, like the video. 300-plus people watching. Hit the thumbs up button. Let's get to 100 likes before the first play is snapped. We're at 69, 31 likes away. Let's get there right now. Jared Stidham lining up with Jaleel McLaughlin in the backfield, running with the first team, well, really second team offense. It's a handoff to the running back who bounces it outside, finds some good running room, and picks up 4 yards. What looked to be a bit of a broken play is salvaged for 4 yards by McLaughlin. 88 likes, 12 likes away. Let's get to 100 likes before the next snap. 10 likes away. Okay. So it'll be 2nd and 5 now for Denver. Shotgun snap, another handoff to 38, who goes up the middle for 3 yards, but a flag comes down. So let's see what the flag is. It is a holding on the offense. It'll be 2nd down. So a replay on 2nd down. It'll become 2nd and 15 after this play. Some players to watch for being identified by the home broadcast. Jaleel McLaughlin, like we said, 129 total yards so far in the preseason. Jared Stidham. And then Marquez Callaway. We talked about who's going to step up while Jerry Jeudy is out in the meantime. I think Callaway has got to be that main guy to take a bigger step in this offense. Quick throw out to the sideline. This is caught, and that is little Jordan Humphrey. On 2nd and 15, picking up about most of the penalty yardage. So 9 or so yards on the quick throw outside. And that will bring up 3rd and about 9 or so. 3rd and 9, here we go. 3rd and 9 with 13 and a half minutes to go in the third quarter. In the first quarter. 3rd and 9. Stidham in shotgun. He takes the snap. He drops back. He looks around. He throws over the middle. That is caught. Let's go. First down, little Jordan Humphrey running a crossing route over the middle, and Jared Stidham links up with him, and Denver's got a fresh set of downs here. Little Jordan Humphrey, not a roster lock. So a good preseason game here would go a long way for him. Nice catch by little Jordan Humphrey. First down, Denver. That's just his second grab of the preseason. Under center. And Stidham drops it off to Marvin Mims, who is met at the line of scrimmage. Good play by the Rams defense. Stidham was facing pressure. He just kind of flips it to Mims, who catches it, turns around, and right there is a Rams defender. I love this. Keys to the game. Win the game. Very insightful. How do you guys get those jobs with keys to the game like that? Okay. Ball at midfield. Shotgun snap. Stidham throwing. That is caught. Albert Okwuegbunam. We talked about this in our pregame show. Albert O has a real good opportunity here to get some very valuable snaps in and try and make the roster with the top 3 tight ends all sitting in tonight's game. It just leaves Albert O and Nate Atkins as your 2 safeties. Excuse me, 2 tight ends. What's wrong with me tonight? Albert Okwuegbunam, definitely a roster bubble candidate this year. A long fall from last year. Under center, Stidham, handoff up the middle. McLaughlin is going to pick up about 4 yards on the play. So Denver manufacturing a very nice drive off a couple of good throws from Jarrett Stidham to Lil Jordan Humphrey and Albert O. Sean Payton's first team offense for tonight, but really all second stringers. Putting together a pretty solid drive against the Rams' second team defense. 2nd and 5. Under center. Snap. Stidham. Play action. Screen. Dump off to Albert O. Looking for blocking. Makes a nice hurdle. And a pickup of 9 yards. And that's going to be a first down Denver. Okay, Albert O. 85 is cooking. 85 is cooking. Start spamming those ones for the first down. Albert O. If he's not going to make Denver's roster, he is auditioning for other teams' rosters. 1st and 10 from the 22. Over the middle, that is caught. Humphrey evades a tackler, gets the first down, pushed out of bounds at the 5-yard line. And Jarrett Stidham, I keep wanting to say Brett Rippon because the number 4. But Stidham doing a nice job of finding Humphrey, and Humphrey, great after the catch, slips out of one tackle, turns upfield, goes north and south, and he ends up getting out of bounds at the 6 or so yard line. Little Jordan Humphrey. First down from the 6. 1st and goal. It is an end around to Marvin Mims. Mims! Oh, taken down. Flag comes down. It would have been a touchdown, but a horse collar tackle saves the score. Marvin Mims was about to run into the end zone, and either a horse collar or a clear face mask just violently rips Mims down before he waltzes into the end zone. Flag on the play. It's going to be on the Rams. I'm not sure if it's a face mask or a horse collar tackle, but Marvin Mims was about to get his first preseason score, and he gets cucked by a dirty play. They're not going to take this away, are they? This is a bit bizarre. What's the conversation over? Sean Payton's having a bit of a discussion with the referees. I mean, this is a no-brainer here. Whether it's face mask or horse collar, defender clearly had a penalty to save a touchdown, which, you know, can't really knock him for that, but it's a penalty. Make an announcement. Personal foul, face mask. Okay. So, personal foul, face mask from the 2-yard line. You're already at the 1-yard line, so you move it up like a half a football. But Marvin Mims on the end around, yeah, just a clear face mask. Okay. So, Marvin Mims violently taken down at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal from the 1. And there is a stoppage in play. What is the discussion over? I never understand sometimes what takes so long for the officials when it's so black and white obvious. Q, if I am ahead of you, pause me. Pause me for 5 seconds and then hit play, and we'll be synced up. What is the call? Did they just call a touchdown for Denver? Oh, I think the player got ejected. Which, it was a pretty violent face mask. Yep, Trey Tomlinson has been ejected. That is LaDainian Tomlinson's nephew, by the way. Former TCU Horned Frog cornerback Trey Tomlinson ejected. 1st and goal. Handoff up the middle. McLaughlin, touchdown! Broncos on the board, 6-0. Their UDFA back, Jaleel McLaughlin, punches it in for 6. And the Broncos strike first. Show me those TDs. Let's go. Spam those TDs. There's a flag. What is wrong with the Rams? Skyler spamming TD. Garrett Ringy spamming TD. Jordy, Grizzly Prod. Keep getting those TDs in the chat right now. 6-0. No, Broncos scored the touchdown. Sorry, ignore the flip-flop score. 6-0 Broncos. And there is a flag. I don't know who it's on just yet. John E. Shot time. I said $20 for Super Chat. $20 Super Chat, I'll do a shot. All right. We'll get the PAT up and good, and then we're going to put this next Super Chat on screen. Sean McVay's crew is not off to a fantastic start. Show me those TDs. Let's go, Juwan Powell. Juwan Powell is doing all the heavy lifting right now, spamming TD. But real talk, that's great to see from McLaughlin. Touched the ball 4 times on that first series, and every single time he made the snap count, right? Didn't leave anything on the field. Wasn't tremendous blocking, but he was able to find an alley and get himself into the end zone. I think he's making this roster. I remember back in May talking about this guy saying, get him on your radar. And here he is now, about to push for a roster spot. Oh, a $20 Super Chat. We have unnecessary roughness on both sides. It's after the play is over. Those penalties offset, and the PAT attempt will go on as scheduled. All right, we'll get the shot on in just a moment, Mr. Rune Spanswick. Alex Palchevsky, the UDFA offensive tackle. John E. You got to thank Rune. He carried the squad there. Brett Maher on for the extra point. This is something to watch for. And he nails it. So Brett Maher makes the extra point. It's 7-0 Denver. We have some Super Chats coming on. And unfortunately, I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd be taking too many shots. And the 1800 tequila might not have been a good choice. It's probably not as bad as a decision as it was to offer doing a backflip, but it's going to be up there. That's for sure. Because hashtag Broncos. Yeah, Broncos Country. All right, here we go. First, a $5 Super Chat from Rune Spanswick. So, first time Super Chatter. We beat the Ram. Rune, we will add you to our raffle giveaway to win this challenge flag. It might be fun. I'm not quite sure. This is going to be either a big swing and a miss or it could be a nice, single or double. But a $20 super chat, shot time. Oh boy, here we go. Down the hatch, cannonball time, cannonball coming. Oh, that was not pleasant either way. Oh, that gave me the shivers. Okay. Rune Spanswick, thanks so much for the super chat. Not so much for the shot, but for the super chat, definitely. Shout out to you, man. Go Broncos. Thank you so much. Lucky asking, where is Wilson's diva ass? Well, his diva ass played the first 2 preseason games, so he's getting the night off tonight. So settle down there, mister. But 7-0 Denver after a nice opening drive. They cap it off with 7 points. You got to win this game. You got to find a win in the preseason. Go 1-2. Get a win in front of your home crowd after the 3rd and 4th string defense blew a couple of games in the 4th quarter. It's okay. Water under the bridge. They're not going to make the roster anyway, so who really cares? But you know what? People are spending good money to go out to Broncos games. It's their Saturday night. I've always been a big believer of, the home crowd should see the win when it's my team. So I love fans not having their time wasted. That's my TED Talk. Yep, make sure to subscribe, by the way, if you have not already, because all of our content is completely free all season long. So if you are looking for a Broncos YouTube channel, you have found the right spot. Hit the sub button down below. Lock yourself in. And everyone in the chat, type me if you are subscribed. Just to put a little bit of words of encouragement in the chat so the other people who are not subscribed can see some good 5-star reviews or 1-star reviews. We don't silence here. Unless you're a bot, then we will. To restart the game, Brett Maher kicks it off. It is a touchback. So, now we go on to, I think, either Brett Rippon or Stetson Bennett in at quarterback for the Rams. The two of them have been competing for the backup quarterback job. So Brett Rippon making his return to the Mile High City as we watch a bunch of Marvin Mims college highlights. It's so tough beating those Big 12 defenses. Okay, here we go. Rams offense on the field. It's Stetson Bennett. Checking it down. Incomplete. He sucks. Incomplete. There is a flag, though. I can't believe Stetson Bennett is really about to win the backup quarterback job. Oh, it's on the defense. Damn it. I got ahead of myself. Okay. No real members of the starting secondary out there. Is that J.L. Skinner? Yeah. 5-yard penalty, 1st and 10 from the 30. Stetson Bennett handoff to the right. And about a 5-yard pickup. Jaquan McMillan and some other defenders in on the stop for Denver. Okay. I am in disbelief that Stetson Bennett, who, by the way, was in college for like 8 years and didn't even graduate. That's so incredibly tough to do. 7 years in college. Not even like an associate's degree. 2nd down and 5 from the 35. Bennett under center. Handoff once again. This time, not a lot of room to run. Gain of maybe 3 on the play. That's P.J. Mustipher in on the stop. Justin Stranad. Matt Henningsen in on the play as well. Okay, here we go. Let's watch some Drew Sanders. How does that sound? Some Nick Bonito? Can I interest anyone in a cup of Nick Bonito? A bottle of Drew Sanders? A glass of Elijah Garcia? Anyone? Any takers? Shotgun snap to Bennett. 3rd and 4. Throwing into the flat. That is caught. And Justin Stranad there to push the receiver out of play. And that brings up 4th down. Denver getting off the field after a quick penalty. Oh, that was Drew Sanders, I beg your pardon. That's the cup of tea we were just talking about. Drew Sanders, number 41. He is getting better every single preseason game. 4th down, here we go. Rams are on to punt it away. 4th down and 2 on their half of the 50. Punt is off by Evans. Return starts at the 6-yard line. Across the 15, Mims across the 20. Pushed out of bounds at the 25-yard line. So a nice return by the second-round pick, Marvin Mims. And it will be Jarrett Stidham in the offense coming on for the second time today with pretty decent field position. Okay, let's throw the Super Chat menu up really quick because we have some new viewers in right now. So I won't advertise what we did earlier in the show, but I will advertise some other awesome menu items we have going today. We've got first-time Super Chatters. Beat the Ram. Beat the Ram, first-time Super Chatters. $5. We are doing a raffle giveaway for this challenge flag signed by yours truly. We'll mail it to you. You can have it all to yourself. Throw it around the house. Throw it around your basement, the man cave, with your friends, your family, whatever. But it's a pretty fun thing to just have in your back pocket just in case someone says, hey, I did take the chicken out of the freezer. Throw the challenge flag. That's more if you're a mom, because I was the one that never took the chicken out of the freezer despite being asked to. $10. I've got a bunch of really good hot takes for 2023. We'll unload them from the clip for a $10 super chat. $20 super chat. I got 1,800 tequila staring at me in the face, and it wants to be drinking, and I don't want to be the man that does it. But for $20, I will pony up and do it. And then $50 super chat. We've got a Broncos Mile High Club. We will add your name on a sticker and slap it on with some other elites of the channel, like Robert, Elia Munson, Mr. Alaska, and Brett, who joined earlier today. So that is the Super Chat menu today. If anyone is enjoying the free content, and they're like, you know what? This guy's a little goofy. Why not toss a Super Chat his way? Hey, no pressure, but definitely appreciated for sure. This is so much better than the other Mile High Club. Agreed. No doubt about it. Save yourself for marriage, dude. Here we go. It is 7-0 Denver. Let's get some shout-outs here in the meantime. Bench saying, guys, we need to bench Russ. I'm going to stop the reading right there, and that's the end of that book club. Because, listen, I'm not the biggest Russell Wilson lover in the world, but you're not benching Russell Wilson, especially after watching Jarrett Stidham play some of this preseason, getting outplayed by Ben DiNucci. I don't know if you've got a better option. Jarrett Stidham in the offense back on the field, though. Stidham was perfect in his last drive. 6 for 6, 71 yards. He lines up under center in the I formation midway through the first quarter. He takes the snap. It's play action. Throwing downfield, big throw. That's caught. Oh, Marvin Mims gets up and runs with it into the end zone. He might be down or he might have 6. Brett Rippon was hit hard on the play, though. Oh, I'm sorry, Brett Rippon. Jarrett Stidham. Excuse me, the number 4 trips me up. Jarrett Stidham for Denver was hit hard on the play. Marvin Mims celebrated like he had a touchdown. It was slightly underthrown. I think Marvin Mims is down. He's touched while he's on the ground. So this is just going to be about a 45-yard throw and catch. But unfortunately for Jarrett Stidham, Marvin Mims might not have been touched. Not going to lie. After looking that over, this could be 6. But let's watch the roughing the passer. Oh, wow. That hurts. A big-time hit by a Rams defender right into the rib cage. And Jarrett Stidham maybe got the wind knocked out of him. It was, I wouldn't say a dirty hit, maybe a little bit late. But if it was the other way, I don't think any of us would be too upset. Jarrett Stidham is up, though. He's jogging. He's walking. He looks to be okay. I think he just got the wind knocked out of him. Meanwhile, they call it a touchdown in Denver. Is it 13-0? It's not really clear if they signal touchdown or not. I think they called a touchdown. Touchdown! Jarrett Stidham ran down the field like, hey, what's the next play? And Brett Maher comes out. He's like, dude, we're on for the extra point. You scored a touchdown. Go celebrate on the bench. So Marvin Mims touchdown. Let's go! A bit dysfunctional, but it is 6. And now they're reviewing it. Was Marvin Mims either helped to the ground by the defender or touched at all, even by a fingernail while he was on the ground? Let's watch this. He's not touched. Really lazy play by the defender. How do you not know not to touch the receiver while he's on the ground? A Rams defender literally jumps over him. I don't think he touched him either. I think this is 6 points. They are reviewing it. My gut tells me this is a touchdown. The Rams defender, just no awareness, just sort of frolics over him. Oh. They call Marvin Mims down by contact. So he was jostling for position with a DB. And both of them fell to the ground. And so they say the DB kind of brought him down. And that was the tackle, if you will. That's a bummer. Dang. Yep. It's a bummer right there. But Jarrett Stidham with a nice throw to Marvin Mims, who makes a better catch, I would say. And the ball is now at the 25. A run up the middle for McLaughlin's good for 2 yards. So we're back to a 7-0 game with about 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. All right. 2nd down and 8. Denver knocking on the door of the red zone, trying to get their second touchdown of the game. Play action on 2nd down. Rippon rolling to his right, looking towards the end zone. Incomplete. Throws it out the back of the end zone. He kind of had Marvin Mims running along the back sideline, but opts to go the safe route and throw it out of bounds. I said Rippon again? My goodness. I'm so sorry, everyone. This is not good play-by-play by me. Jarrett Stidham went to Auburn, drafted by the Patriots. His wife is the daughter of the owner of the Jets. The Nets. I think. Someone fact-check me. 3rd and 8 for Jarrett Stidham. This is just embarrassing. I've been called out twice now in the chat for this. This is not good. I am tripping on Rippon. I love Seahawks fans that come to our chats so obsessed with the Broncos. It's just unbelievable because you all were crying when Russell Wilson got traded. 3rd down for Jarrett Stidham. 3rd and 13. He throws. That is incomplete. Looking for Kendall Hinton. So Jarrett Stidham is incomplete on the throw attempt. Hey, a $20 super chat just popped in. Let's go. Hopefully I do not mispronounce this name. That would be bad. $20 super chat from John E., the first-time super chatter. And John let us know, first super chat. John, this is true. Brett Maher is on for a 46-yard field goal right now. Beat the Rams. Beat the Rams. Brett Maher's field goal is up, and it is good. So Denver extends its lead to 10-0 with 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. Beat the Rams. Beat the Rams. Let's go, Johnny. Okay. We are going to take a shot here for John E's $20 super chat. This is definitely not going to help with my Brett Rippon and Jared Stidham brain farts. So this is going to cause some more Brett Rippon cameos. John, to you, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Go Broncos this season, dude. Cannonball season. I don't know if that was going to come up the front door again. That was borderline hitting the reset button. Oh, gosh. All right, keep it down. Hey, a $2 super chat just flew in. We'll throw that on screen in just a second here. Aaron Welsh, if you want to do one with me, $20 super chat. We'll take a shot together. Lucky, what's going on, Lucky? No disrespect. Coloradian, I've had 2 tequila shots, and I am no longer sober. Well, sober, coherent. Trying to become a fan. Lucky, I'm not quite sure where the disrespect could possibly come from. I didn't think there was any disrespect at all. But hey, I do appreciate the $2 super chat, and I love that you are embracing your new team. I think that is a very respectable thing to do. Moving to a new spot and going, you know what? Whether you had an old team or you never had a team to start with, shout out to you for being like, I want to fit in. Why not take on my new team, my new squad, and my new state? So, Lucky, shout out to you, man. Thanks so much for the super chat. Best of luck this season. Go Broncos, dude. Yeah, that was the way you spelled it. That threw me for a doozy. You made me second guess it. Okay. Coloradan, and I was just drowning with all the verbs and all the letters in that. All right, Fleck, you're done, dude. I've kind of had enough of you. He is just being annoying, and no one really is enjoying his company. So, unless someone is going to object to that, we're going to get him out. We're back in action, though, from Denver. It is 10-0 Broncos, kicking off the ball to restart the game. This kickoff is going to be a penalty. It goes out of bounds. So it'll go out to the 40-yard line. Brett Maher, an illegal kick out of bounds. And not very characteristic of him to kick it out of bounds, or of any kicker for that matter. Jay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to repeat myself, but how's the O-line looking? The O-line's looking fine. I mean, they aren't flipping pancakes at IHOP, but they're not getting abused by the Rams, that's for sure. Sorry to answer your question the first time. There are no starters out there, so just kind of do with that information what you will. Like, even Lloyd Cushenberry is sitting today. He's probably someone who could stand to get as many reps as possible. So, the backups are looking fine. B to block the bop. B to block the bots. All backups in today. Nearly 400 people watching right now. If you have not subscribed, make sure you do so. False start on the Rams. Denver trying to get their first win of the preseason. Let's go. Yep. First down and 15 for Stetson Bennett. Bennett takes the snap. Nope, this is going to be on PJ Mustipher. I think he might be offsides. No delay of game. What do I know? Stetson Bennett can't read a clock. You know how I know that? 6 years in college. Still can't tell time. He doesn't know if the big hand or the small hand is the hour or the minute. I can't believe you go to college for that long and you don't graduate. 1st and 20. Bennett in shotgun. He takes the snap. He looks to his left. Quick throw. That is caught and a gain of about 8 on the play. So 2nd and 12 now for the Rams. Trying to get on the board for the first time today with their second drive. Okay. Hayes on the stop. 2nd and 12. Empty set. Bennett in shotgun. Denver going to rush 5 here. They bring the blitz. Bennett reads it, but he cannot get a accurate pass out. Incomplete. Incomplete. Okay. Stetson Bennett had the pressure. Inaccurate throw. No surprise here. 3rd down. Let's go. Type those threes. Type those threes. Spam those threes right now. I know Moss is. I know Garrett is. 3rd and 14. Bennett drops back. He throws over the middle. Intercepted. He's intercepted. Let's go. An INT. Type those INTs. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Stetson Bennett is picked off. That's Isang Bassi, by the way. That would be his 2nd interception of the preseason. Isang Bassi reading the play like a book. Stetson Bennett is a bum. Bassi jumps the route on a double-covered receiver. And it's Denver taking over on the Rams half of the 50. INT, let's go. Isang Bassi definitely making this 53-man roster, right? We talk about the 6 cornerbacks making it. Pat Surtain, Damari Mathis, K'Wan Williams, I'll say Isang Bassi, Fabian Moreau, and then you've got a battle. Or Jaquan McMillan, Trayman Smith. Like those last couple of spots or guys are battling for the last spot or two. I don't think Fabian Moreau would be a lock, but he didn't play today. Did not dress. So makes you wonder how he is in the coaching eyes depth chart. Yep. 400 plus people watching right now. We're only at 135 likes. Let's get to 200 likes. Hit the thumbs up button if you have not already. Once you like the video, drop a thumbs up in the chat, and then I'll give a shout out. So like the video, thumbs up in the chat, and you will get a shout out on today's show. Did I say 2? I'm sorry, 3. My bad. There's too many to count. You had 1 in the first game of the preseason, second game of the preseason, third game of the preseason now. Moss is always on there. Q, the way he's been showing out, he might get the starting spot. If K'Wan Williams' ankle injury does not get better by week 1, which that sounds like a very real possibility, Bassi will be your starting nickel corner. So no doubt about that one. But you're right. Bassi with a pick against the Cardinals, the Niners, and now today. Bonner and Han with a thumbs up. Moss, let's go, dude. Grizzly Prod, EJL, Ian, Brett Rogers. Let's go, Brett. Legend today. Aaron Welsh, Lucky with a thumbs up. 153 likes. RC Young, don't worry about AFX Apocalypse. He's just here to troll me, not Broncos fans. Yep. As Stetson Bennett sucks. And the Rams just lit a 4th-round pick on fire. Play action as Denver takes over, and Jaleel McLaughlin cannot make the squeeze. They're at their own 49-yard line, 48-yard line. Oh, look at Isang Bassi's interception reel this preseason. The first one came against the Cardinals. He had one last week against the 49ers off a tip pass from Sam Darnold. And now, again this week, he strikes again. Second down and 10. A run to the right. And McLaughlin breaks it out for a big run. Let's go. 15-yard rush for Jaleel McLaughlin. And Denver's across the 50, and they get a fresh set of downs thanks to 38. Get those ones in the chat. Good vision by Jaleel. Very nice. He is not an easy back to tackle. Denver at the Rams' 39-yard line. Under center, Stidham evades pressure, rolling to his left, throws it downfield. That's incomplete. Jared Stidham in that quarterback. Not Brett Rippon, who is on the field, plays for the Rams, which is very confusing for my dumb brain. So Jared Stidham breaks the huddle, 2nd and 10. Drops back, throws over the middle. That is incomplete, looking for Kendall Hinton. Kendall Hinton, I think, needs to have a good day today. I wouldn't say lucky for him because of the Jerry Jeudy injury, but also he benefited from a potential roster spot opening at the wide receiver position because he has not had a very good preseason, but he is a good special teamer. 3rd and 10. Stidham so far today, 7 for 12, 121 yards. Jared Stidham takes the shotgun snap. He throws to his left. That is caught, first down. Albert O. Albert O. That's Albert O. That would be his 3rd reception of the day. Albert O. Kuwebunam. Spam 1 in the chat. Definitely a winner so far, Albert O. He's just making a good case for a roster spot somewhere. 1st down. Handoff, and McLaughlin is dropped in the backfield for a loss of 5 on the play. McLaughlin. Jody, Alberto might be good trade bait. I don't disagree. And maybe he still does get traded. But why has there been no trade buzz at all? Like, I just don't know if anyone's interested in trading for what Denver thinks is a tight end 5. You know what I mean? Oh, Jaleel McLaughlin is getting helped on the sideline by the trainers right now. Hopefully it's nothing serious. This is going to make my heart drop if it is something serious. He doesn't look too concerned about it. 2nd and 14. Tony Jones not in the game. And Stidham evades 1 sack. Now he's going to run it. Wow, Stidham with a 1st down run. Stidham taken down inside the 10. What a play by number 4. Everyone spam 4 or 1. Wow. Jared Stidham was about to get sacked. Instead, he turns a 5-yard loss into a 15-yard run. Great play by the former Auburn Tiger. Jared Stidham showing off the legs. There you go, Stidham. Or should I say Rippon? Just kidding. I'm just kidding. 1st and goal from the 9. Under center, handoff, Tony Jones running to the left, and no room to run. Yeah. Jarrett Stidham gets the play call in. 2nd and goal. Russell Wilson standing off on the sideline in a tracksuit. Okay, Stidham under center. Alex Forsythe is in at center, by the way. Play action. Stidham looking, throwing out of bounds. Just nothing open on the play action from the goal line. And Stidham wisely throws it away. This has been by far Jarrett Stidham's best preseason game. I would say Jarrett Stidham has been a winner so far, and Albert Okwuegbunam has been a winner so far. Third and goal. Here it is. Quiet on offense. Shh. Everyone be quiet at home, too. They can hear you. 3rd and goal from the 8. Shotgun snap. Stidham throwing to the end zone. Touchdown, Albert O! Albert Okwuegbunam with a huge touchdown, and Denver has jumped on top 16-0, and we're still in the first quarter. Albert O with a great play. Stidham and Albert O connect. Let's go. After McLaughlin rushes in for the first score, a field goal later, an Albert O touchdown, and his whole team is so fired up for him right now. Brett Maher on for the extra point, which is up, and it is good. So 17-0 Denver. Spam those TDs. Yellow Fire Phoenix spamming TD. Emmett spamming TD. Grizzly Prod, Albert O making the case. Yeah, he's definitely making a case. Again, I reiterate, I think he's making a case to make a 53-man roster. Denver's got 3 tight ends. They know that. Do they want to carry 4? Most teams roll with 3. Some go with 4. But good for Albert O. Good for him. Scott spamming TD. Garrett spamming TD. Scott's really spamming TD. Steven spamming TD. Nearly 500 people watching right now. Get those TDs in the chat like Jordy's doing, and Emmett and Yote5. David Garcia, Spectre Gadget. TDs all around. Let's go. Denver's going to kick it off to restart the game. No. Could you do me a solid, please? Could you please bring my water bottle, my water cup from my desk, the blue one, and refill it? Thank you. Water, yeah, water. Garrett, one of my, well, not you, but Garrett in the chat really wants me to have some water. Very worried about my alcohol intake so far. Which, to be fair, I had missed up Brett Rippon and Jarrett Stidham no less than 3 times. So Garrett might have a point. Albert O today, 4 grabs, 46 yards, and 1 touchdown. As Stetson Bennett's 1st and 10 in play is batted down. And you know what that means? Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Denver's not choking this away. The Rams simply do not have any good players at this point to mount a comeback. PJ Locke and Caden Stearns are among 35 players sitting on the bench in street clothes. No, roster locks. 2nd and 10. Big aggressive tackle by Drew Sanders. But he looks around as if there's a penalty flag coming. Is there a flag on the play? I don't see one right now. There it is. Drew Sanders just playing football. Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness. What's the unnecessary roughness? He wraps up. He makes a tackle. Oh my gosh. He's not out of bounds or anything. They just did not like Drew Sanders body slamming the guy down. In bounds. 1st and 10. Rams out to the 44-yard line after the 15-yard penalty. Bennett throws, and that is completed, but for a minimal gain on the play. Grizzly Prod, I'm thinking a 53-man roster projection on Monday. You might see a lot of roster moves tomorrow as teams make cuts or maybe some trades. So I don't want to put a roster projection out tomorrow and like 2 hours later find out, well, that guy was cut. 2nd and 8. Handoff, run up the middle, and that is Rivers. That like Doc Rivers' grandson? So, not a big play. First quarter is down to the last 10 seconds. 3rd and 2. Spam those threes. Spam those threes. And the Rams do not get a snap off before the end of the first quarter. So, we will start the second quarter with 3rd and 2 for the Los Angeles Rams, who are trailing. Scott, will you do 100 push-ups if somebody sends in a $100 super chat? So here's the thing, Scott. One, I'm not going to fool anyone acting like I can do 100 push-ups right now. 2, push-ups wouldn't be great because you can't see it because the camera goes like, this high. So that's not optimal. I could do 100 jumping jacks. I think that'd be fair. That way you can at least see them. But you can't even see me do the push-ups, so what's the point? All right, who you got? Broncos or Rams? Let me go. Let me know. Who you got in this one? 17-0. Denver on top. A Jaleel McLaughlin touchdown run. An Albert O touchdown reception. And a Brett Maher field goal has fueled the Denver Broncos out to a 17-0 lead over the LA Rams. DEN's in the chat. Let's go. David Garcia's getting DEN in the chat right now. Rick Callister. Broncos all the way. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Let me see how many subscribers we have picked up, by the way. Because we are very close to... We are 170 subscribers away from reaching 15,000. For my own selfish reasons, let's get to 15,000 subscribers during this watch party. Let's see how many we can pick up during this commercial break. Hit the sub button down below. Once you subscribe, you can type me in the chat for a shout-out. I'm going to give shout-outs to everyone. Scott Shaver is subscribed. Let's see if we can reach 14,850. Can we get 20 subscribers before we come back from commercial? Moss is subscribed. Jay Sauer, you can do that. Jordy is subscribed. AFX Apocalypse. Chef West. 14,833. We are 17 subs away. A Dolphins receiver went down in the Jags game. Both sidelines came out for a knee. Wow. The game in Jacksonville is over between Miami and the Jags after Dawood Davis suffered an injury and was taken to Baptist Medical Center in Jacksonville for further evaluation. He is conscious and has movement in all extremities. That is awful. Hopefully, Mr. Davis is okay, but they suspended the game in Jacksonville. I don't think suspended is probably the best term. I would think canceled the game. $14 subs away from reaching our next goal, 14,850. 1st and 10. Oh, they missed 3rd and... Okay. They missed a third down play. We're joining the game a minute into the second quarter, so I guess the Rams got it. But Matt Henningsen bats down a Stetson Bennett pass. So you know what that means. Incomplete. Okay. 2nd and 10. Bennett with pressure. Down he goes. He is sacked. He is sacked on the play. Let's go. That's Thomas Nkoum making the stop, getting to the quarterback. At this point, you're seeing a lot of guys compete for a practice squad spot, right? You're going from 90 players down to 53 players. That's 37 guys getting cut. Of those 37, only 16 will go to the practice squad. So a little under half. 3rd and 15. Spam those threes. Stetson Bennett throwing. He's intercepted. He's intercepted. There we go. Drew Sanders. Stiffs are. Oh, no. Oh, my God, no. Drew Sanders got pissed. Oh. Drew Sanders picked off and then fumbles trying to stiff arm Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett forced to fumble, but Denver recovered it. Denver recovered it. Elijah Garcia. Drew Sanders got bailed out there. Awful throw by Stetson Bennett. Right to the linebacker. Drew Sanders with his first interception of the preseason. And he loses it on the return, trying to stiff arm Stetson Bennett. But his teammate Elijah Garcia recovers it. Wow. Broncos football. Second INT of the game. Spam INT. Drew Sanders with the pick. Fumbled on the return. Recovered by Garcia. Denver football. And Jarrett Stidham on the field at Rams 26-yard line. Shotgun snap, quick throw. That is caught. Gain of about 8 on the play by Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson was a UDFA last year, if you guys remember. Out of UCF, started his college career at Tennessee. Was awesome in the preseason. High ankle sprain. They waive him with injury designation. They bring him back later. And here he is competing for a roster spot again. B to block the bots. 2nd and 1. Handoff. Michael Burton, the fullback, up the middle. He gets the first down and then some. It's a bad day for Stetson Bennett. It is a bad day. Yep. That's going out on my Twitter.com. What a shame. 1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. Shotgun snap. Stidham throwing to the end zone. Batted away. Looking for Brandon Johnson. A good play by the DB. Was that John Johnson? And on the coverage on Brandon Johnson? A lot of Johnsons out there. All right. 2nd down. Stidham out there with kind of the 3rd string offensive line-ish. Some 3rd stringers, some 2nd stringers out there. I formation, handoff, Tony Jones to the right. Jones bursting up the middle. Good pickup, about 10 yards. And this might be enough for a 1st and goal from the 2. I think it's a 1st down. We'll see where they spot the ball, though. About 12 minutes remaining in the second quarter. 11 and a half to be exact. Okay. What do they spot it? 3rd and inches. 3rd and inches. Jones in the backfield. Play action. Stidham is going to be pushed out of bounds for a loss on the play. Wanted to throw, nowhere to throw. Wanted to run, nowhere to run. So he is violently shoved out of bounds for a loss of 1 on 3rd and inches. And that brings up about 4th and like a very long 1. 4th and a short 2 or a long 1. Do I think field goal here? If this was an actual game, absolutely. I am all about taking the points in the first half. In the preseason, these players are all competing for roster spots, whether it's in Denver or somewhere else in the league. I don't see why not go for it here, and maybe someone makes a great play and they make a roster because of it. That would be very exciting. So I think go for it. Denver called a timeout, though, to talk this one over. Here, we'll say that for the next one. Spam DEN in the chat, though. Broncos on top, 17-zip over the LA Rams, trying to pick up their first preseason win under Sean Payton. A home opener, too, with a brand new Jumbotron. Text they unveiled, and I really like this about the Walton ownership. 5 items that cost $5 in concessions. The $5 menu: hot dog, pizza, popcorn, pretzel, soda. Which I commend them for not charging an arm and a leg for those things. But like low key, the fact that soda even costs $5 is a crime still. Like, I know that everything else on that menu could easily be more than $5 at the game, but like I feel like the soda at $5, it should be like $3. So, but that's stadium pricing for you. All right, fuck you. How about this? Fuck you. You are out of here, dude. Adios. He is gone. Rune, you send in $25 in super chats, I'll ban whoever you want, dude. See you later. That did not. What a way to spend your Saturday night. What an absolute loser. Spending a Saturday night trolling a team that he has no connection to anymore. Just crying over Russell Wilson, who probably cried in his mom's basement when he was traded to Denver. Adios. Okay. About 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. Let's get those DENs in the chat. Garrett Ringy. I got water just for you, Garrett, just to show to you. Taking my health seriously. We are back at Mile High. No, I drove to work today. I'm trying to get, look how big that Jumbotron is. It goes from like the entire length of the end zone. 4th and a very long 1 or a short 2. Stidham in shotgun. And there is a stoppage before the snap after the commercial break. The Rams called a timeout. What? Does Sean McVay think he is coaching the Super Bowl here? We've got some game of chess being played between the two head coaches, calling timeouts based on how the other side lines up. Unreal. Okay. Oh, I love super fans. Broncos are looking for a fan of the year to go to the Super Bowl. There is nothing better than watching a super fan, and you know when you see them get on TV for a second, the whole getup. 4th and 1, shotgun snap, handoff up the middle. Tony Jones has the first. He might even have 6. He got the first down, no doubt about it. So it'll be 1st and goal at worst, but no touchdown. So 1st and goal from the 1. Type those 1. First and goal, Denver. trying to make it a 24-0 lead. Michael Burton in at fullback. Under center, handoff. Jones, punch it in. I think he's got it. He needed a yard. He got a yard. Touchdown, Denver. Tony Jones Jr. puts up 6 points. Denver all over the Rams. 2 very competitive joint practices between these squads. And even though the first team offense and defense is not out there, you are seeing these two sides play hard. And Denver is just getting the best of the Rams. 23-0 with a PAT on the way to try and make it a 24-0 game. Brett Maher on the field for the extra point. Good on Tony Jones. If Denver wants to roll with 4 running backs, I think he'd be that 4th back. But at the same time, if they roll with 3, he's no lock to make the roster. Extra point from Brett Maher is up, and it is good. So, Tony Jones punches it in on the goal line. Broncos up 24-0. Span those DENs. Let's go. Lucky saying run up the score. I'm with you, Lucky. I am with you. Baltimore plus Dallas minus dub. You need to explain that YouTube handle for me. Baltimore plus Dallas minus Dublin, I think. Mr. Pena asking, how's our wide receivers looking? Lil Jordan Humphrey had a lot of receptions on the first drive. Marvin Mims had a huge play down the field. Haven't seen much of a little bit of Brandon Johnson, and that's about it. Albert O has a touchdown reception, in case you're wondering. Knock on wood when talking about wide receivers. Good point. Knock on wood if you're with me. All right, Sean McDonald's typing in DEN. Kirk Hoffman getting DEN in the chat. Alan Atkinson. One of my favorite actors, Rowan Atkinson. Rams just better go home at halftime. Dude, Sean McVay is the kind of candy-ass coach that's like, listen, I've got a reservation tonight at an LA nightclub. Can we please running clock second half to get ourselves out of here as soon as possible? No, I was saying that Sean McVay would be the guy to do a reservation the night of a game. He's definitely done it for home games. Road games might be a big ask, but he definitely tries to go resi at 11. Let's maybe run the ball an extra 5 plays and burn some time off the clock. Any word on Jaleel? Looked like he got dinged up. It did look like he got dinged up. I have not seen him come back in the game yet. So let me see if I have an update for you on Jaleel McLaughlin. Okay. Any update? No, I see no update for Jaleel McLaughlin. You good, Tex? All right. Yep. Jaleel, no update. Sorry, I'm looking for one. But the harder and deeper I look, the less I find one. Okay. So maybe no news is good news here. Brett Maher is on to kick it off to restart the game. And this kickoff goes out the back of the end zone. Broncos fan 8823, Drew Sanders will eventually start this year. I'm calling it. If any of you who watch my daily videos stick around for the very end for my hot takes, I said that Drew Sanders at some point will get an opportunity to start and will not relinquish it. Do you see a blur of text go by? Yeah. Oh, God. My nightmare. Brett Rippon is in for the Rams. This is going to get sloppy for me. Stetson Bennett's night is done because he's cheeks. Brett Rippon in, handoff to the left, some running room to be found, and a gain of 9. Ball, 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 ball. Oh, I think they call him down. I don't know, Jim. Might not have been down. That's Doc Rivers' lost long son at running back. Was he down? Might not have been down. Might have been down. Might have been down. Okay. Yep. 2nd and 1. Run up the middle. And a gain of 8 and a first down. How is Stetson Bennett? Stetson Bennett, I'm so happy that Jack Lauderay, who just popped in the studio, asked without any prior knowledge, has thrown 2 picks and awful interceptions. Like, I'm seeing ghost types of interceptions. They benched him for Brett Rippon. 1st and 10, Sean McVay is pissed. Brett Rippon in at quarterback. Under center, puts a man in motion. The snap, handoff, run up the middle, gain of 3. So far, I think we have 3 winners in this game, Tex. I would say Alberto. Who was the first one we identified? McLaughlin? And Jarrett Stidham? Let's maybe have 4 winners today. I think Jaleel McLaughlin, Alberto, Jarrett Stidham, and Drew Sanders. Got that INT. Yeah. Second and 7. Jaleel McLaughlin, Alberto, Stidham, Drew Sanders. Has Taylor Grimes played at all? I've not seen Taylor Grimes on the field yet. If he has been on the field, it has been very brief, and I missed him. Beat to block the bots. Beat to block the bots. Oh, I'm definitely making Stetson Bennett a big-time loser in tonight's game. 3rd and 5. Here we go. Rippon throws. That is incomplete. Batted down by Isang Bassi, who already has an interception tonight, and now he's got a pass breakup to go along with it as well. 4th down. Get those 4s in the chat. 4s in the chat. 4s in the chat. Incomplete. You know what? I want to swap out Drew Sanders for Isang Bassi. Because I forgot who just said it in the chat. Broncos fan did. Isang Bassi might be this team's week 1 starting nickel corner. No Drew Sanders. As the punt by the Rams goes into the end zone for a touchback. A very bad punt by LA. So we're going to get more of Jarrett Stidham. I'm guessing he gets the first half, and Ben DiNucci gets the second half. Yep. Okay. Make sure to subscribe. Over 440 people watching right now. We are at 14,842 subscribers. Let's get to 14,850 by the time this Pizza Hut commercial ends. The big dinner box is looking pretty good, but no free ads. Hit the sub button. Let's go. Lock yourself in for the best Broncos coverage all year long. Coming across this channel for the first time, make sure you subscribe. That way you don't miss a thing. Once you sub, you can type me in the chat, and I'll give a shout-out. Let's get some updates in. We are at 18,843 right now. Joaquin Reyes, Elijah Garcia better make the team. I think he will. Ramon, 21, the new stud corner. He's not new. It's Isang Bassi, right? The guy who kind of flirted between Denver and the Chargers. Hopefully now he's catching on and he's finding a long-term spot with the Broncos as that nickel corner because K'Wan Williams was solid at that role last year. It was a 2-year contract. He's been battling a bad ankle injury. I don't see him being consistently available all year. Okay. 4 subs away. Let's get there. I love the friendship that Grizzly Prod and AFX have formed in the chat. Drew Sanders looks sharp. Drew Sanders has an interception, but a fumble at the same time. But yeah, he's gotten better every single preseason game. I can't wait to see him like a nuclear warhead in the regular season. We're back in Denver, and we got to 14,850. We are now 150 subscribers away from our next big milestone, 15,000. Let's get there. Let's go. If we can get there off of tonight's video or tonight's stream, maybe another handstand. Another handstand if we can get 150 more subscribers. I love the questions. Why don't you just show the game? Yeah, I would love to get a cease and desist from the NFL. Stidham airing it out. That is caught. Big throw and catch to Brandon Johnson. All the way down to LA's 30. Brandon Johnson with an incredible reception in between 2 defenders. The first defender jumped too early. Johnson's waiting for it, and he comes down with the grab. Spam 1. Let's go. 1st and 10. Handoff, run to the left. And McLaughlin is good, who's back in the game, so good injury diagnosis there for 3 yards. Jarrett Stidham with a very good game tonight. 2nd down. 11 for 18, 200 yards and 1 touchdown, and he's poised to add another one. From the 28-yard line, Stidham takes the snap. Handoff, run, Jaleel. Gain of about 5, 6, 7. The pile keeps moving. He might have a first. This next super chat made me laugh. I honestly respect the shit out of it. It's pretty elite. We'll throw the super chats on at the end of the drive. We got 2 that came in. We'll put pause on. We'll push pause on it. 1st down, Denver. Jaleel McLaughlin. 8 carries, 34 yards, 1 touchdown. 1st and 10, a run. Jaleel, gain of 6. Hey, we have a fight maybe. We had some late contact between a Rams player and a Denver player. These 2 sides do not like each other. The embarrassing loss on Christmas Day last year, the 2 joint practices, and now this. Yep. 2nd and 4 from the 15. Snap, play action. Stidham rolling to his right, throwing, and that is caught by Michael Burton, but out of bounds. And honestly, he's happy to be out of bounds. Had he been inbounds, it would have been a loss of 2. Incomplete pass. Grizzly Prod, I don't have the time to explain it over the course of a watch party. But at Chat Sports, sometimes the host got to wear multiple hats until we are big enough as a company to have enough hosts for all the channels. It's a part of a startup. We work hard. We work long hours. I've been at the office today since 8:30 in the morning. 3rd and 4. Stidham throwing to the end zone. That's incomplete. Looking for Marquez Callaway, who has not had his name called yet today. And could have been caught. Kind of a good play by the defender. Some good physicality. I like it. Good no call. I don't want any flags for that. 4th and 4. Field goal attempt, 33-yarder for Brett Maher is up, and it is good. So 27-0 Denver leading the Rams. We're going to give the Seahawks fan, like, a couple of tries before I just boot them. Okay. We had some Super Chats fly in, though. Let's go. VT92, I remember you from last week, dude. My mother got me a Judy jersey, then he gets hurt. Ouch. Not as bad as the time she got me a Cutler jersey. That is pretty funny. Not going to lie. I mean, the Cutler jersey part, not the Judy getting hurt part. But hopefully Jerry Judy comes back from the hamstring injury with like 3 weeks of rest. Maybe misses week 1 against the Raiders. That's fine. You can make do without him for a Raiders defense that sucks. And you get him back week 2 or week 3. But I wouldn't give up on Jerry Judy just yet. I don't think he's in that tier of Cutler, first-round pick that just doesn't work out. I'm not giving up on Judy just yet. And kickoff to restart the game. Taken out to the 35-yard line. Bench Russell Wilson right, meow, let's ride. Bench Russell Wilson. Tell me one more time Russ shouldn't be benched. Russell Wilson should not be benched for Jarrett Stidham. Congrats to Stidham for a very good game so far against a bad Rams defense's second string unit. Do with that what you will. But I respect the troll job, dude. Honestly, salute to you. 1st and 10, a run to the left for LA is only good for 2 yards. That is Christopher Allen. He was a UDFA last year out of Alabama. Remember, he got hurt, missed all of the season. Healthy this year. And he is now competing for what I would say is a practice squad spot. Second and 8. Shotgun snap. Throw to the right for Rippin. That is completed for a gain of 8 or 9 yards and a first down. Jaquan McMillan in on the coverage. So LA trying to get some points on the board. They might have to do a naked lap. If you don't score in the preseason, is that naked lap around the building? First and 10 for the Rams. Brett Rippin in shotgun. He takes the snap. He looks. He rolls to his left. Rippin throwing down and out of bounds. Hey, a $20 super chat just popped in. Let's go. We'll throw that on screen in just a moment. We've got a first-time super chatter. Yeah, Isaiah Pina. I don't think I pronounced that correct the first time, but hey, I can definitely follow orders. Can you please tell my girlfriend Rachel that the Broncos are the best? Rachel, listen up. The Broncos are the best. You got an awesome boyfriend. I don't know what you're smoking, but the Broncos are the best in the household. As Brett Rippin is sacked, down he goes. Look at that. Perfect timing, Rachel. Just make sure, Rachel, well, I guess in this case it might have been Ross, just say the right name at the altar. Isaiah. Don't say the last guy's name if you watch Friends. First time super chat. And we got a shot of tequila for that $20 super chat too. Plus, we're at $285 in super chats. Can we get to 300 by the half? 3rd and 19 coming up. Third and 19 pass is, say it with me, incomplete. Jordan Jackson on the pass breakup. Okay. Cannonball coming for Isaiah. I don't like that. Oh, the punt by the Rams is going to bleed into the 2-minute warning, so Denver will come back on the field with 1:59 and an opportunity to really pour some salt on the wound here for LA, up 27-zip. Okay, let's see what our sub number's up to, by the way. With 405 people watching right now, we're at 14,860. The march to 14,900 is on. Let's go. Every new 10 subscribers we pick up, I'm going to beat the Ram. That's the incentive I'm offering. Every 10 new subs. Oopsies. I'm too strong. That's the issue. Got to lay off the weights. Beat the Rams. This little baton thing went flying into the production side, and Texas' heart nearly dropped. Okay, let's ride. I got Big Pun in the chat saying, let's go. Miller, why was that so funny? I don't know. Sean Payton and George Payton, I love looking in the chat sometimes and trying to hop in the middle of a conversation as two people are arguing. I have the Jets chant all of a sudden going on here. What is going on? Go Broncos. Love to see it. Hit the sub button. I'm telling you guys, this is not even like a dig at the Rams because of this preseason game. If you want a free bet this year, hammer the Rams under. I get the sense that Matthew Stafford's elbow injury last year is a very serious elbow injury. I just think they're going to be headed towards a complete blow-up / rebuild, much like Denver after 2015. It's not quite apples to apples because Peyton Manning literally retired on the field pretty much, but Stafford's in that territory of, I don't think anyone thinks Stafford's going to win a second one. They might strip it down to the core, right? Move on from Aaron Donald, Cooper Kupp, all of their great assets. I am so out on the Rams this season. Baker Mayfield connecting with Chris Godwin on the Bucks. Anyway, so weird to see Baker Mayfield in a Bucks jersey. Okay. Yeah, the Buccaneers beat the Ravens for Baltimore's second straight preseason loss. The Ravens go from winning 25 straight preseason games to can't buy a win. 1st and 10, Jarrett Stidham on the field, dumps it off to McLaughlin. He makes one man miss going the other way, and unfortunately, just too many Rams defenders around. Picks up maybe 2 yards on the play. So I think Denver's strategy is timeout. Who was it? Timeout Broncos or timeout Rams, actually? Both sides used a timeout earlier. I think it might have been timeout Rams trying to preserve time to get the ball back. Surprising a little bit. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, the Rams burn a timeout. They're down to 1 timeout, so I think they're trying to get Denver to punt and see something from Brett Rippon. On 2nd down, Jarrett Stidham throws. That is caught in the flat. Jaleel McLaughlin makes one man miss, gets the 1st down. Type those ones. Type those ones. 1st down, Denver. Whew. Very nice move by 38. He is making this roster, ladies and gentlemen. 1st and 10. Another throw that is caught. Who else but Jaleel McLaughlin gets out of bounds after picking up 6 or so yards. So Denver, with 2 timeouts, a minute 23, is making their way down the field. Iron Lion, you think Rodney Hudson gets picked up this year? Why do I know? Is that? I think it is. I was thinking of a different Rodney. 2nd and 4. And Stidham throws it down the sideline. That's caught. Kendall Hinton. That's a catch. That's a catch at midfield. There is a flag. And it's coming against Denver. It's a hold. Holding on Alex Palchevsky. So the UDFA from Illinois gets called for holding. Wipes away a nice play, and it's a hold. Crisscross, take McLaughlin out of the game. He made the team. I agree. I think the reason for it is not to prove anymore, but to get him more reps, right? To make him more acclimated to NFL speed. 2nd and 14. Shotgun snap. Stidham throws. That's caught. Little Jordan Humphrey. Nice wide receiver screen. Big gain on 2nd and 14. They get 13 yards. 2 timeouts. Minute remaining. And Denver's going to burn a timeout. Little Jordan Humphrey gets the ball out towards the 30-yard line. So Denver, I think best case scenario, of course, after a touchdown, will just be getting into field goal range with the circumstances of minute timeout, 1 timeout remaining, minute remaining, 1 timeout remaining. How much, yardage can you pick up to try and get into Brett Maher range? Brett Maher last year was actually insanely accurate from outside of 50 yards. Okay. 3rd and 1. From the 33-yard line, under center, Stidham takes the snap. It's a pitch to the right. McLaughlin with some blocking. He picks up the 1st down, and he gets out of bounds. So a gain of 6 and a clock stop in the clock. Ball across the 35, out towards the 40 now. Good play by Jaleel. 1st down. Okay. Shotgun snap. Stidham dumps it off. That's caught. Tony Jones, who also picks up 10 yards and a 1st down. So the Rams just trying to keep everything in front of themselves right now. They're happy with giving up the chunk change, but they don't want to give up the big play, which I just never really agree with that mindset. Like, why make it so easy for the offense to move down the field? You can't really afford to give up a field goal here, down 27-0, unless you want to stage the biggest comeback in preseason history. Across the 50, shotgun snap for Stidham. Steps up, throws downfield. Oh, he had Tony Jones. He had Tony Jones on the wheel route, and it's just barely overthrown. Incomplete pass, holding on the offense, so I guess it didn't matter anyway. Replay 1st down. Dang. That is a bummer.com. Oh. Stidham has taken a bit of a beating today. He got hit on that throw. So it'll be 1st and 20. Denver back on their half of the 50. What you doing down there? 1st and 10. Screen pass, dump off. This is a bad play. Loss on the play, 6 yards. Denver with 1 timeout. And all of a sudden they might be settling for a punt as they now face a very long distance to gain. 2nd and 26 coming up. 25 seconds and counting. Denver content with running down the clock here. Don't want to give the Rams any time. We'll get the scoreboard ready for the half. 2nd down. Stidham stepping up in the pocket, climbing, throwing. That's incomplete. So 3rd and 26 now with 5 seconds to go. I would just copy and paste it over now and then be prepared to add a Jarrett Stidham completion or incompletion. An injured Rams player, which this has been a game where everyone has been relatively healthy, which is like the name of the game in preseason week 3. No one wants to see an injury in the final preseason game. So a rookie Rams player, Square, is slowly getting off the field right now. Hopefully he's okay. Rams are forced to use a timeout. It's signaling that the Rams called a timeout. I don't think it's because of the injury. Now, there's less than 10 seconds to go. So if there is an injured player, but there was an incomplete pass, so it's not like the clock was running, the Rams might have just called a timeout themselves just to kind of talk this one over. So no timeouts remaining. This is going to be the last play of the half. They're not really even in field goal range. Hail Mary range. Definitely not in field goal range. 3rd and 26. Shotgun snap from their own 38. Oh, God. Oh, Stidham throw this way out of bounds. That kind of looked like pressing all the buttons down once on Madden. I'm not quite sure what that was. But an incomplete pass for Jarrett Stidham wraps up what has been a very dominant first half. 27-0 Denver over the LA Rams. Preseason finale. We'll get the stats on screen in just a moment. But let's get some live reaction right now. Thoughts on the first half? What are we thinking? Yeah, Keanu did it on purpose. I kind of realized that, but you could have made it look nicer. Hey, we got a $5 super chat. Lucky, I appreciate the super chat beyond words. And then we will get the halftime scoreboard up for everyone. Okay, Lucky, here's to a shot. $20 for a shot. I got to have some sort of, self-respect. And blocking AFX, please. Send him to troll heaven. AFX is kind of like the house cat, right? The neighborhood dog, if you will. You just got to learn to coexist with him. AFX, please stop trolling in the chat. I'm not quite sure what you're doing, but if you're disrupting the chat, you know better. Clean up the act in the second half. You're better than that, buddy. But thanks so much for the super chat, Lucky. Really appreciate you. We will throw the halftime stats on screen now, and then we are going to take a 5-10 minute break during the half ourselves, run to the bathroom, get a bite to eat, get something to drink, and then we will come back for the second half. So don't go anywhere, but here are your halftime stats. We are back here, between the Broncos and the Rams, and well, Tex, I think everyone knows who you got in this one. Denver's up 27-0 over LA. The Rams and Brett Rippon are on the field to start the second half from their own 25-yard line. And under center, it's a handoff for the Rams that is good for a gain of about 4. So we added a new live poll to our chat function, and I think it's a pretty creative one. Grade the Broncos first half. A+, A, A-, I'm a Rams fan and suck. Like, that's the only options I think out there right now. Okay. I'm seeing A+ leading the way with 32 votes so far. So go vote in the live poll. 2nd and 6 for Brett Rippon, who throws to the right. That is caught. Gain of about 6 on the play. First down for the Rams, who trail by a huge deficit. You know that the home clock operator in this game, by the way, with a 27-0 lead, might forget to stop the clock for a couple of plays. First and 10. Rams out to their own 37. Rippon takes the snap. It's play action. He throws down the field. Incomplete. What looked to be like a pretty solid throw for a moment, but good coverage by Denver. Not to be had. Lead. Okay. Brett Rippon, his return back to Denver, has been so far. The whole team has just sucked. It's really hard to put it all in the backup quarterback. Second and 10, Rippon in shotgun. He takes the snap. He drops back. He throws to the right. That is caught. Gain of about 12 on the play. So the Rams quickly moving down the field, already out to the 50. So with the Broncos up 27-0, can we just have a moment of honesty here and go, it's time to really start looking to the regular season? Like, the preseason is over. I think we all know the 53-man roster, with the exception of like 2 to 3 players that could swing the other way. But now we start having a conversation about week 1 and the Las Vegas Raiders coming to town. On 1st and 10, play action for Rippon at midfield. Uncorks one, that's incomplete. Like, we're kind of past the conversations of, does Jaleel McLaughlin make this roster? Yes, he does. He has been the best running back this preseason in the entire team. Like, he's been better than Javonte Williams, and that's no disrespect to Williams. He's just been hurt, right? He's been better than Samaje Perine. He's been better than Tyler Beatty and Tony Jones. So I just want to graduate from those conversations and now start talking about the hard-hitting ones, right? How is this team going to look in week 1 of the regular season? First, on 2nd and 10, it's a run for maybe 1.5 yards, and that'll set up 3rd and long. But we got to start looking ahead here, right? Russell Wilson and this offense. This is the big question. Can Sean Payton fix them? They've got 2 weeks of practice now to really start preparing for the Raiders. Because the moment this game ends, it's all about Las Vegas. That is the whole week. 2 weeks. 3rd and 9. Make some noise. Spam those threes. Spam those threes. Shotgun snap. Rippon gets hit as he throws. Incomplete. 4 is in the chat. But it is incomplete. Aaron Patrick, coming off that ACL injury, applied the pressure. Good play. 4 is in the chat. 4th and 9, and Denver's defense is going to get off the field here. Evans punts it away. Montrell Washington Talk about someone who's just completely fallen off the radar, I feel like, this preseason. Not because he's been bad, it's just no one has really looked his way. I don't even know if he makes this roster. Maybe now with the Jerry Jeudy injury, that potentially opens up an extra spot for a wide receiver. Listen, I think Jerry Jeudy is not going to go on short-term IR, meaning after Tuesday, 4 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Mountain Time, when all teams have to get their 53-man roster cutdowns in, you're going to see some teams start placing players on injured reserve. That's only going to knock them out for the first 4 weeks. I wonder if Denver utilizes that for a couple of guys. I don't think it's going to be Jeudy. I don't really know who else it could be, right? Maybe K'Wan Williams. I thought maybe Mike Purcell, but he came back and practiced. So Montrell Washington is in a weird spot where I don't know if he makes this roster. George Payton probably doesn't want to give up on a 5th-round pick already, but Sean Payton is kind of calling the shots now. That's what happens when you hire Sean Payton. Yep. Hey, we have 244 likes right now. If you have not liked the video, you know what's going to come next. Hit the thumbs up button. It really goes a long way. If you give me 10 seconds, I'll explain. Like the video. YouTube pushes this video to more Broncos fans. More Broncos fans come in. We get more subscribers inevitably. More subscribers means more studio space. More studio space means more content for you at home. And then you get more content, you at home. So it all starts by liking the video. It's a beautiful circle of life that literally liking the video is super helpful in. AFX Apocalypse, Matt, where is your producer? It is Big Tex, Matthew McCullough, producing today. Big pun, push the like button. I love it. Garrett, any more super chats? That is up to the good people watching right now. We're at $290 in super chats. $10 super chat will get us to $300. And I've got a hot take for the 2023 season dying to be shared. Oh, I love it. Steve Levy in the broadcast booth right now. I miss him so much from Monday Night Football. He's with Mike Kliss as well, a legend. Steve Levy always does the home Broncos preseason games. Denver back at their own 5 after a good punt by the Rams. And it is Ben DiNucci running to his right with it and picking up the first down with his legs. Good play by number 6. 10-yard run, and that gives Denver a lot more breathing room out to the 15. So Jarrett Stidham Day is done, and now we get Ben DiNucci and the third stringers. Mike Kliss going over his 90-man or 53-man roster projection, which has Nate Atkins over Albert Okwuegbunam. I wonder if that changed after tonight. 1st and 10. Handoff, run, up the middle. Gain of about 5 on the play. Mike Kliss has Adam Trotman, Greg Dulcich, Chris Manhertz, Nate Atkins on the tight end spot. Bowles, Powers, Cush, Miners, McGlinchey, Cam Fleming, Alex Pachevsky, Kyle Fuller, and Alex Forsythe. And that looks about right to me. I would not put 4 tight ends, but maybe Denver does roll with 4 tight ends. They want to run the ball a lot this year, so I could see it. 2nd and 6. Snap to DiNucci. Throwing to his right, that is incomplete. Seahawks fan, going to go in timeout. Adios. I agree with Mike Kliss's 53-man roster projection, minus the Nate Atkins part, UDFA tight end. I just don't think they're going to roll with 4 tight ends. 3rd and 6. Shotgun snap, DiNucci. Throwing it over the middle. That is caught. Good play by Montrell Washington to get upfield, move the chains, and a first down. Keep the drive alive. Nice play by 12. Span those ones. Ben DiNucci so far, has been pretty solid. I mean, he's likely going to be the practice squad quarterback. And honestly, getting paid like $100,000 for 7 months of work, 6 months of work, pretty good gig. 1st and 10 for DiNucci. Throws. He loves that good sidearm. That's incomplete, though. Second down. This 53-man roster projection. Russell Wilson, Jarrett Stidham, Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine, Jaleel McLaughlin, Michael Burton. I have all those guys on my roster projection. Wide receiver, we disagree with a little bit. 2nd and 10. Shotgun snap. DiNucci faces pressure. He dumps it off. That's caught, but for a loss. Nice play by the Rams defender. So Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Marquez Callaway, Jerry Jeudy, Brandon Johnson, and then Kendall Hinton and Lil Jordan Humphrey battling for that last spot. With no more Jalen Virgil, it could come down to those two guys, and I think they'd go with Lil Jordan Humphrey. 3rd and 13, DiNucci takes the shotgun snap. He drops back. He throws. That is incomplete. Incomplete on 3rd down. So that's going to force a punt for Denver. The wide receiver room, as Steve Levy calls it, a mess. Kind of is. Sutton, Mims, Callaway, and Johnson are your top 4 guys without Jerry Jeudy. Not the best wide receiver room in the NFL. My prediction is that final wide receiver is not someone on Denver's roster. They might add someone from the waiver wire that gets cut elsewhere. Kendall Hinton has shown nothing on offense for 2 years. Lil Jordan Humphrey, maybe he makes it, but he brings no special teams value. Can they find someone who's cut elsewhere that's better than those 2 options? That's my 2 cents. Okay. Penalty on Jaleel McLaughlin, it looks like, which is unusual. How dare they? Our prince, our preseason prince. We got 9 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Tex, let's put on the Super Chat menu for the first time the second half. Kind of remind the good people watching right now that if they want to Super Chat, no pressure, you're more than welcome to, but what we are offering on today's show. So this is what we have on tap. We'll update the score at the bottom. But first-time Super Chatters beat the Ram. So what does that mean? We've got a Ram here, and we're going to beat it. So beat the Ram for all first-time Super Chatters. $5, you get entered into a raffle to win this challenge flag. I don't quite know what to make of it, but hey, you'll win the challenge flag. We'll mail it to you, and you can have it to throw at your brother, your sister, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whoever, if they ever lie. Challenge to play. $10. I would love to get a $10 Super Chat because I've got all these great hot takes ready to be shared for the 2023 season. Plus, it'll get us to $300 in Super Chats, which would be an awesome milestone to reach. $20, we'll take some shots. And $50, you could add it to our Mile High Club, which is this hard hat right here. We've got 4 members on it, kind of a Mount Rushmore. If you want to expand it, $50, we will add your name, and we will go bananas on the show. So that is the Super Chat menu for today. No pressure whatsoever, but if you want to, toss something our way, if you enjoy the free content, you want to support the show, Super Chats definitely are a great way to go above and beyond. Okay. Let's throw some questions on screen. We're in a commercial break, so why not? AFX saying, keep Kendall Hinton, the Broncos legend. QB1 forever. Grade the Broncos so far, A, B, C, D, or F. I think we're going to get a lot of A's for this one. Right? They are winning 27-0. back in the Broncos broadcast booth. I love Steve Levy. What's wrong with me? Steve Levy. He was the best on Monday Night Football. Get him back. Defensively, we've got Zach Allen, DJ Jones, Mike Purcell, Jonathan Harris, Matt Henningsen, and Elijah Garcia on Kliss's 53-man roster projection. Throw over the middle. That's caught for the Rams, and a Brett Rippon throw and catch to Trammell is good for a big chunk of change. So, breakdown and coverage. Key makes the tackle. 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle. Gain of about 8 or so. Other players on Mike Kliss's roster projection: Randy Gregory, Jonathan Cooper, Frank Clark, Nick Bonito, and Aaron Patrick. Aaron Patrick's awesome on special teams. Not quite sure if they roll with 5 outside linebackers. Baron Browning's going to start the year off on the PUP list, so that'll knock him out the first 4 games. So maybe they roll with an extra outside linebacker as a result. 2nd and 3, LA across midfield, another run. This one's good for the first down. And the ball now out towards the 30-yard line. So LA trying to get some points on the board. If you're the Rams, do you even settle for field goals? Or is it touchdowns or nothing? Like 27-3, what's that accomplishing, right? Inside linebackers for Mike Kliss: Josie Jewell, Alex Singleton, Drew Sanders, and Justin Stranad. Yeah, I have all 4 of those guys on mine. 1st and 10. It's a pitch to the right. And this is a run that goes for 2 yards. Oh, we got a $50 super chat! Let's go! Let's go! 50 burger coming in! That's what I'm talking about. From V292, $50 super chat. Put me in the Mile High Club. Denver Broncos fans, we need you. We love you. We are you. For the Broncos, by the Broncos, let's ride and buck 'em. V292, salute to you. What a super chat. A 2nd and 7 is completed for a gain of 7 yards. This is incredible, dude. Shout out to V292. Everyone watching, spam V292 in the chat. $50 super chat to support the show. Thank you so much. We're going to add you to our Mile High Club. VT92. I butchered that. VT92. 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 Salute to VT92. 1st and 10. Let's add you to the hard hat right now. Everyone's saying V292, following my incorrect lead. That's my bad, VT. I got so caught up in the moment. I ruined it, but we're going to salvage it. VT92. Okay. VT92 right there, buddy. 2nd and 8. Throw outside. Nowhere to go. 3rd down. Thanks so much for the super chat, man. You're a legend. Let's go, Broncos. That's what I'm talking about. Spam those 3s. Salute to the big baller indeed. And I guess I'll give an NFL hot take. 3rd down. Here we go. 3rd and 8. Oh, false start. False start by the Rams. Scott, $100 super chat for your headset. My bosses would not be happy with me if that was the case. I don't think I can do that. Right? I don't even know how much the headsets cost, honestly. You think so? Yeah. 3rd and 14. Make some noise. 3's in the chat. Drop back. Ripping. Dumping it off. That is caught and pushed out of bounds, but a gain of about 8 or so. And that brings up 4th down. Is that Royce Freeman? No way. Can't be, right? What if it is Royce Freeman? That was Royce Freeman. Holy smokes. I had no idea he was on the Rams right now. Rams are kicking a 39-yard field goal. It is up. It is no good. No good. No good. 39-yarder is wide left for Brown. And the shutout continues. Let's go. Get those DENs in the chat. Okay. $300 for your shirt and sign from everyone in studio. You know what? Game on. You want $300 for this shirt? $300 super chat. I will mail you my shirt, and Tex and I will sign it. $50 for your right eyebrow hair. Tempting. Just the one or all the hairs? If it's just the one, I could probably do without it. We're talking about Madden in the chat right now. Love to see it. 266 likes. Hit that thumbs up button. Get us to 300 likes if you are not there already. We were having a conversation before this last drive, or kind of in the middle of the drive, about what we are looking for now that we are kind of done with the preseason and training camp storylines, which are largely predicated on the roster bubble players, right? Who makes the roster? Well, now we kind of know who's making the roster / we don't need to split hairs over who's the wide receiver 6. We got to start having conversations about taking down the Raiders in week 1, right? Because that is the next opponent after this game. And right now, with Courtland Sutton and Marvin Mims as your top 2 receivers, I'm a little bit worrisome for Russell Wilson. He's going to need some better wide receiver play. I don't think anyone's walking in the door to save them, but Courtland Sutton, it is time for his best season yet. Talking better than 2019. Have to come out, show out, get the job done. Especially being shorthanded with no Tim Patrick for the whole season and Jerry Jeudy for the foreseeable-ish future. We could sign a player like Jarvis Landry, although I don't know how much better he is than anyone on this roster right now. Juice is kind of cooked, right? Didn't play a full season the last 2 years, 3 years. 2 years for sure. We've got 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter, excuse me. Ben DiNucci back out on the field. His half of the field from his own 29-yard line. Shotgun snap, it's a handoff up the middle. And I believe that's Tyler Beatty now in at back. Yep. Tyler Beatty, like a 5th, 6th round pick from Mizzou to the Ravens just like a year ago. 2nd down and 7. DiNucci in shotgun. He takes the snap, looks around, throws to his right. That is caught, first down. Michael Bandy? Yes. Michael Bandy moves the chains for Denver, number 46. What an all-time wide receiver number. Number 46. All right, let me know in the chat right now. What is the best number for a wide receiver? Like, do you lean towards the 80s or the teens more? Two different trains of thought. Best number for a wide receiver. 1st and 10 in the meantime. Shotgun snap for Danucci. Danucci throws over the middle. That is caught. Bandy once again. Pickup of 6 yards. John thinks 81. I love a good 80s. Like 81, kind of Calvin Johnson feel. 89, I think, is pretty good. I even like 88. Garrett thinks 16. Connie says 10. 10 is fresh. 10's a great number. Scott says 9. Garrett says 14. Vanilla Sad says 88. 101 Proof going with 69. Nice. You got your laugh. Under center, it's a handoff. Run. Gain of maybe a yard on the play. 87 for McCaffrey and Eric Decker. Good one, Mr. Master. Mint says 87. Love 88 for obvious reasons. Rod Smith from Carl Tess. 73 from Chef West. We have an injured Broncos player on the field with a little under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Yeah. David Smith going with 84 for Mr. Sharp. Not a bad suggestion at all. Right. All right, Pete. Now we're all in our fields talking about Demaryius Thomas and 88. Spam 88 for Demaryius Thomas. Gone too soon. Yeah. Really quickly, while we are on commercial break, for any of our new viewers tuning in, consider subscribing. We post daily content, by the way. Like, we don't just go live every game day for Broncos games. We put out videos every single day of the week covering the team. So if you are looking for a Broncos YouTube channel to keep you up to speed on all things for your favorite team, subscribe today and we will get you the best free content available on YouTube. Let me see where we are at subscriber-wise. We are quickly rising the ranks. And we are out to 14,869 subscribers. Maybe no one else subscribed. Just kind of bathe in this nice number of 869 subscribers. But actually, it would go a long way if you subscribed. Let's get ourselves to 14,900 subscribers by the end of the video. We are 31 subs away. I know of the 394 people watching right now, 31 are not subscribed. We are up to 70, 30 subs away. Let's go. We are 30 subs away. 14,870 subs is the live number right now. Trying to get us to 14,900. 29 away. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Big Tex, we got some other questions we can toss out there. All right. Yep. Oh, is football back? Tex is trolling me. Football is not back. For everyone that says that football is back today, let me toss this out to you. One, if football was back, how much college football did you really watch? Be honest. Two, where was College Game Day today for the return of college football? In Bristol, Connecticut. Football is not back. Okay. Grizzly Prod, exactly. Football is not back. Football is back. I'll say next week, next Thursday, when Utah plays Florida. Meaningful football. First and 10. Handoff, run to the left. No room to operate for Mr. Tyler Beatty. I know that Notre Dame played Navy today. Does anyone know the score of the game? It was a beatdown. It's worse than the score right now. So, no, football was not back today. USC playing San Jose State. What's the score of that game? Someone tell me in the chat, please. What is the score of USC and San Jose State? Second and 10. Play action. Throw to the left. That's caught. Bandy, first down. Type those ones. Type those ones. It is 42-3. And I'm supposed to believe that football is back when it's 42-3. No. Football is not back. Come on. Don't try and sell me on that. Just not happening. 42-3. I personally don't even think football is really back until week 1 of the NFL regular season. But you do have college football over Labor Day weekend, and that's very meaningful football. But you just don't get many good matchups. You get a bunch of scrub schools playing Power 5 programs, with the exception of 1 or 2 good ones. So, third quarter in the books. Denver nor the Rams scored. So we're stuck at 27 apiece, or 27-0. Here, let's not put that one because they're up 27-0. Okay. Grizzly Prod. Oh, which Broncos do I draft? Okay, let's talk fantasy football. No one cares about your team, but if I were to care about your fantasy football team, which I absolutely do not, how about Cortland Sutton going in rounds like 13-ish right now, 12 to 13? He's wide receiver 1, and he's a former 1,000-yard receiver. If Jerry Jeudy, he's wide receiver 1 without Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton is kind of a steal, I think, right? Javonte Williams is falling a lot too. I think you're going to see a decent balance between him and Pirine. I'm not going to go with Russell Wilson. It's just not worth it. I don't think I'm going to go with the Broncos defense. I just don't know if they're going to have enough pressure, right, up front. So those are kind of really big-ticketed Broncos players. Jeudy with the hamstring injury is just a little too nervous for where he's going. But if you take him and it works out, props to you. Other people are probably going to let him go an extra round or 2 because of the injury. So it could be great value. Yeah. Make sure to like the video. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's go. Third quarter's in the books. 12 likes away from 300 likes. Let's count ourselves down. Oh, someone unliked the video. Very inconsiderate. Very rude. Now we're 13 likes away. Back to 12 likes. 12 likes away from 300. Let's go. Yep. I have a feeling I'll be battling you a lot this year, Seahawks fan. See you on several chats. It's on. I love it, VT. Love it, VT. Caleb Williams, 18 for 25, 278 yards, 4 touchdowns. Caleb Williams is playing for what team next year in the NFL? I know everyone wants to say the Cardinals. I just don't actually think because everyone thinks they're going to be the worst, they will be the worst. So, I don't know. 3 likes away from 300. DiNucci on, throwing. That is incomplete. Looking for Montreal, Washington. 2 likes away. Back to 3 likes. Someone is trying to hurt my feelings. I think the Bucs could be awful this year. Can Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Levante David and the rest of that defense really let them be the worst team in football, I struggle with that. I think the Colts are going to be god-awful. 1 like away, 2nd and 10, from the 35, start of the fourth quarter. DiNucci on the field. He is sacked. Down he goes. Sacked, and it's an important sack because it kicks Denver out of field goal range. So 3rd down coming up, they got to find some yardage. Okay. Let's get ourselves ready for week 1 next week. I'm going to put a new poll in right now. Who you got? Broncos or Raiders? Third and 21 for DiNucci. The snap. Drops back. Throws. That is caught. Big play. Albert Okwuegbunam gets the first down. Moves the chains. Alberto. Let's go. Very nice day for Albert Okwuegbunam. First and 10. Drop back here for DiNucci. He rolls to the right. He's going to tuck it and run. He's going to get the first down. No, he'll step out of bounds just shy of the line to gain. So about a 7-yard pickup for number 6. Broncos fan for life. Send a shout out to Charles and Jenny. Shout out to Charles and Jenny. Go Broncos, Charles, and go Broncos, Jenny. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. 2nd and 1. And they are respotting the ball right now, it appears. Oh, no, a Rams player is nicked up and getting off the field. 2nd and 1. Great game for Jarrett Stidham, who now stands on the sidelines with the ball cap on. They're a Rams fan. Lucas, how many Rams fans do you even know? Like, as a Rams fan yourself? Is it just one Facebook group for all 25 of you? 2nd and 1. It's a run for the Broncos that comes up shy of the first down marker. And is Stetson Bennett in the game? No. He got pulled after throwing 2 interceptions. Brett Rippon replaced him. And I don't know if the Rams plan to carry all 3 quarterbacks or cut Brett Rippon. But Stetson Bennett is not the backup you want. He has not been good today in the preseason. Yep. 3rd and inches, and it appears to be headed for an injury timeout right now. So an injured Rams player brings a stoppage to the play. Okay. Well, while we have a stoppage, other measuring. I beg your pardon. Never mind. New live poll, by the way. Who you got NFL Week 1? Broncos or Raiders? I'm already looking ahead here. Who you got Week 1? Raiders. Yeah, Jeremy Beadling from the Raiders Report hopping in here. It's a beatdown. How did the Raiders do today? No, the Raiders lost? No, but they played Will Grier, right? Who got cut. Dead man walking. I see. But that doesn't make sense because wasn't Dak calling plays? They were playing Madden. They were screwing around. So Dak's a better OC. One last question. How did Jimmy G versus AOC play out? Oh, no starters play for the Raiders. Okay. How did AOC look? Better quarterback or politician? Looked okay. OC looked okay. I see. Okay. Thank you for the Spark Notes. First down. 1st and 10, Denver at the 10-yard line. It is a handoff to the right side for Tyler Beatty, who picks up about 6 yards. It'll be 1st and goal. They say 1st and 10. This is why preseason football gets under my skin for so many reasons. The home broadcast is always a bit of a disaster. AFX, I got to ask, how do you keep track of all the chat sports hosts so well? Please let me know. It's extremely impressive. 2nd and goal. DiNucci throw into the back of the end zone that's incomplete. But pass interference. Desire best, how many weeks do you think Judy will be out for? He got injured on, what's today, Saturday? He got injured on Thursday. So let's say it's 3 weeks from that day. That knocks him out for the first week of the season. I'm guessing he misses the first 2 games. He comes back week 3 in Miami. AFX, you still haven't answered my question. Like, how? Do you just have like a master spreadsheet or something? 1st and goal. It is a handoff for Beatty, who is stopped at the line of scrimmage. 1st and goal from the 1, and Beatty can't punch it in. Do you write any of this down, AFX? First and goal from the 1. 2nd and goal. Under center. The snap. DiNucci. Handoff. This time, it's good for a touchdown. Touchdown, Denver. Broncos find some points in the second half to build off of their mile-high, mile-tall lead. 33-0 with an extra point coming. And this is what you want to see as a fan base, right? First game in live action with Sean Payton, and you curb stomp the LA Rams after what they did to you on Christmas Day 7-8 months ago at this point. Like, you kind of needed this. I know it's just preseason. As a fan base, it's good. It's a good place for, it's a good spot for the locker room and the team to go into the regular season coming off a big, emphatic win. Brett Maher's extra point is up, and it is good. So 34-0. Span those TDs. Juwan Powell's on top of it. Scott spamming TD. Ernie spamming TD. Garrett. Al Torres. EJ. Desire Best. Yeah, Brett Maher, he is your week 1 kicker. Sorry, Elliott Fry. There's no coming back. John spamming TDs. Everyone spam TDs. Let's go. Ray Davis, Grizzly Prod, Scott Shaver. So many great faces and names in the chat right now. Spamming TD. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. 34-0. Denver on top. We only have 82 votes, by the way, in our new live poll. What gives? I want to know who you got NFL Week 1. Broncos or Raiders? Because that's the next game. That is what we should be looking forward to now. No more talk about who's wide receiver 6. Who cares? We got the Raiders to focus on now. Let's talk about the 22 starters, which we don't do in the preseason, and understandable, because that's not what the preseason's about. But it's over now. So let's get ourselves ready and amped up for week 1 against the Las Vegas Raiders, who come to town, who unfortunately have had Denver's number the last 3 to 4 seasons at this rate. But it ends this year. Ends this year. 92 votes. 88% say they had the Broncos winning week 1. You guys know it. Joel Medina saying the Raiders are going down. Yeah, that I agree with. Denver over winning against the Raiders by 7 points. I gave some hot takes here on the channel a few weeks ago. I will revisit them right now because I love you guys so much. My first hot take, Dylan Webb, though, asking, what's the word on Baron Browning? There is no word. There is no update. Baron Browning, he had that knee surgery in the offseason. He's still on the PUP list. He's going to stay on the PUP list to start the regular season. If you are on the PUP list after, everyone's going to give an A. So 34-0. If you are on the PUP list to start the regular season, you missed the first 4 weeks of the season. So Baron Browning, we'll see you week 5. Maybe. No, they're not taking him off the PUP list. Brett Maher kicking it off. Out the back of the end zone. Touchback. Let's see if the Rams can get any points to show for. I don't think so. By the way, any first-time Super Chatters, we banged the Ram. And it has worked quite well today, to the tune of 34-0. And it is no longer Brett Rippinen. It is Dresser Wynn, who comes over from UT Martin, Tennessee. 1st and 10, he's at his own 25-yard line. Dresser Wynn takes the snap. It's play action. He throws to his right. That's caught by the running back. Nice open field tackle. Great play by Key, the safety. Nice play by Key. Win. Probably battling with Brett Rippin and Stetson Bennett for QBs 2, 3, and 4 with Matthew Stafford's injury history. There's a chance one of them will play a meaningful game. 2nd and 4. It's a handoff to the left for the Rams, and that's going nowhere. Nice stop by the defense. Just completely blow it up. Nine minutes to go in the game. Kiko Del Rio, we did not forget Christmas. Yeah, the Christmas Day massacre, as I called it, that got Nate Hackett fired. I don't want to say this is revenge because I don't want to have revenge served in the preseason, but this is a start. 3rd and 4. Shotgun snap. Wynn throws. That's incomplete. That is through the hands of the receiver. And can we all just say, maybe for the last time this preseason, incomplete. Let's go. EJ's on top of it. Desire Best is on top of it. Christmas had me drinking like the Santa with his eggnog. Yeah, it was a disaster. Punt is off. And it is going to be a good punt. Down at the 12-yard line. So the Rams pin Denver within their own 20. So a long field coming up for Mr. Ben DiNucci with 8 minutes and change to go in the game here. You just got to run the clock out. Pick up a few first downs, run the ball, and this game will be over. You know what I mean? I remember Christmas last year. Literally stayed in Dallas to do the watch party. Did not go home to see my family. Probably a bad decision based on how the Rams just completely bent the Broncos over. Yep. All right. We are closing in, by the way. You guys have heard me talk about this all day long or all night long. We're at 14,880 subscribers. Get us to 14.9K. Because then We are going to pull up on 15,000 subscribers. We are 20 subs away from reaching 14,900. Let's go. Hit that sub button. I'm going to be giving shout outs to everyone who subscribes and then types me in the chat. Nope. And then add an S to subscribers too. Okay, let's go. Garrett subscribed. We are 18 subs away. Grizzly Prod, I know you're subbed. Sub up. Hugo Gomez is hitting on me right now. He likes my shirt. It's a good shirt. I like the shirt a lot. Very comfortable. We are at 14,884 subscribers. 16 subs away. Come on. Scott is subbed. Join the channel if you have not already. We're talking about Drew Lock in the chat right now. I wish you could sub again too, my friend. We are 14 subs away. Let's get there. Closing in. Closing in. Hit like and sub. Garrett's right. Nick A20, can I get my shout out? If you're subscribed, Nick, absolutely, dude. 13 subs away. Okay. How about now? Oh, someone unsubscribed. That was very rude. Scummy. Back to 14 subs. Down to the last 8 minutes of game action for the Broncos 2023 preseason. And then it's regular season football, baby. Okay. Huddle breaks. Denver starts at their own 17-yard line. Under center, DiNucci takes the snap. It's a handoff. He runs up the middle. Good first down run here by the Broncos. And a nice big run by Washington. Get those ones in the chat. Get those ones in the chat. There is a flag, though. Let's see what the flag is for. After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the Rams. So that's going to kick Denver down the field an extra 25-plus yards since the original line of scrimmage, tacked onto the run. And just some late contact by the Rams player. Okay. Coming out of this one, Seth Lopez just subbed. Let's go, Seth. Welcome aboard. Shotgun formation for Ben DiNucci. Under 8 minutes to go, all the way out to the 48. DiNucci throws over the middle. That's caught. Albert Okwuegbunam is having probably the best game of his NFL career. Let's go. Okay. Alberto, 1st and 10, out to the Rams 33. Ben DiNucci, handoff. Washington on the carry. We've got 4 winners so far, right, Tex? All right, I want the chat right now to help me pick the 5th winner for today's game. Can you give us the 4 winners? We've got Albert Okwuegbunam, Jarrett Stidham, Jaleel McLaughlin, and Isang Bassi. Those are our 4 winners so far. Who should be the 5th winner from today's game? Let me know in the chat. I've got one in mind, but I want to hear from you guys first. 2nd and 3, Washington is stopped. Brett Maher, I like that. Brett Maher is my leading one. I like Drew Sanders. That was my initial thought. But I think Brett Maher pretty much locked up the kicking job for this year. My initial thought was Lil Jordan Humphrey. Mims had some good plays, yeah. I think Brett Maher, though, because he won the job today. Like, there's no questions anymore. 3rd and 3, it's a run. And pushed out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage, so that'll bring up 4th and 3. I'm going to go with Brett Maher. You can make a case for Sean Payton. He finally gets his win, but let's do Brett Maher. Yeah. And on 4th and 3, I think Denver's going to go for it. Payton I get for sure, Carl. But if you're Brett Maher, you come out of this game going, well, I've got a job this year, right? Denver's not looking to replace me after missing 2 field goals in the first game against the Cardinals, 1 being blocked. He's been, perfect since then? And Broncos call a timeout. What's that? No. I don't think there's a single loser. Right? They're all winners. Like, it's not orthodox, but I don't care. We'll break the rules. Ernie asking, what did Maher do so well? Didn't watch, was working. He hasn't missed a kick all day. A lot of extra points, some field goals. He's just been perfect so far. So, for someone that came in knowing there's no guaranteed money on my contract, meaning they can cut me and I don't get paid a dime. And they don't owe me, I'm not, and they are not playing any dead cap money. 4th and 4, Broncos going for it. DiNucci throwing. Oh, a one-handed grab by Alberto. Dude, Alberto Cuebanam. I think he has made himself a lot of money this year because he just made an NFL roster. And if you're Denver, I don't know if you can cut him anymore. Like, no offense to Greg Dulcich or Adam Trotman, but are those 2 proven vet tight ends or something? No. Who's to say Alberto can't hit the reset button? 1st and goal, it's a run. And the handoff for Washington is good for about 3 yards. Alberto just stuck his hand out and hauled in a 4th and 6 reception to keep the drive alive. Good for him. 7 grabs, 109 yards, and 1 score for 85. That's got to feel awesome for him, knowing all the eyes were on him. 2nd and goal from the 4. Denver takes the snap. They hand it off. This run is stopped at the line of scrimmage. Under 4 minutes to go. Hey, $5 super chat. You get entered into our raffle to win this challenge flag, and we're going to do the raffle drawing at the 2-minute warning. So last chance to get a $5 super chat in, and we will include you in our raffle drawing. 3rd and goal. My suspicion is Denver's going to go for it on 4th and goal. 3rd and goal, DiNucci takes the snap. He looks to his right. Nowhere to pass. He wants to run. There is a flag. He's taken down at the 1-yard line. I think this will be a hold, which I don't know what you do with the Rams here. Let's say it is a hold. Okay, so it's a holding, and the Rams accept it. Would you rather it be, like, if you were the Rams, 4th and 1 at the 1-yard line, or 3rd and goal from the 13-yard line? Probably the 3rd and 13. Alan B., do you think Alberto is making the 53-man roster? I literally think he got himself a roster spot tonight. At the last possible moment, he kind of made himself uncuttable. Yeah. I think they go into their meetings going, all right, well, Alberto just took someone else's spot now. 3rd and goal, DiNucci throwing to the flat. And Washington stays in bounds. Tyler Beatty taken down at the 3-yard line. Stays in bounds. Clock continues to tick. Fourth and goal. Sean Payton's going to let the boys go for it, which is just kind of fun because a lot of these guys, there are players on the field right now, and this might be their last ever NFL game. A little bit more fun to go for it on fourth and goal than, say, kicking the field goal from the 3-yard line. And I think one of the two coaches is going to call a timeout here. And Denver calls a timeout. That is their second timeout of the half, so one timeout remaining. So they want to talk over this fourth and goal play. 2 minutes and 36 seconds to go. This will be probably one of the last plays of the game, at least for Denver on offense. Yeah. Want to skunk the Rams? Like the video, yeah. Let's keep the 0 on the board, huh? 330 likes, 450 people watching. Really quickly, we are going to auction off this challenge flag. I signed it. We'll mail it to you. It's a great little toy to have around the house to throw on your friends or your family. If you want to challenge something, $5 super chat. You will be included in our raffle, which we are going to do at the 2-minute warning. So 36 seconds from now. Did we get the subs? Ray Davis, shout out. We are at the sub number. Let's go. 14,901 subscribers. Thank you all so much for subscribing. Now we are 99 subs away from 15K. What a great milestone to get to. 99 subs, 15,000 subscribers. Broncos Country, let's ride. Garrett, appreciate you. We've got someone at the game right now. Best Madden team. Boots on the ground. Best Madden team. If you were at the game, let me know. What'd you have to eat? Did you enjoy the $5 menu? AFX, resubscribe. Do not pull that BS on me. Let's go. AFX really unsubscribe. I will riot. No, I don't think he did. Okay. 34-0. Pin the big poll right now. Who you got week 1? Broncos or Raiders? Let me know. Only 182 votes. Albert Oku, Mr. Steve Levy. 7 grabs, 109 yards, and 1 touchdown. Alberto is in on for 4th and goal. If he goes out for a route, this pass is going to him. All right, it's a pass. DiNucci throwing to the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown. Let's go. Hammond with the score. Josh Hammond. Touchdown Denver. Josh Hammond, who was just added to the roster like a week ago, gets a touchdown. Good for him. Broncos up big time here. 40-0. First time super chatter. Good work, man. XX Dallas, thank you so much. Beat the Rams for first time super chatters. Brett Maher's extra point is up, and it is good. Okay. So the Broncos, 41-0 over the Rams. Spam those TDs. Spam those TDs. Daniel Guerrero, this is the biggest blowout in the preseason. Is this the biggest blowout in Broncos preseason history? I don't know. It might be. Denver has 495 total yards today compared to the Rams' 139. For all the credit the offense is getting, the defense is pitching a shutout right now. Do with that what you will. EJ saying 59-14 against the San Francisco 49ers in 1968. Yeah, I missed that game. I don't know if I was busy that day. I just missed that one, though. Hand up. You got me there. And we've got a touchback on the extra point. Well, now we look at Denver's schedule. And there's going to be some fun games out the gates, right? Raiders, Commanders, Dolphins, Bears, Jets, Chiefs on the road, Green Bay, Chiefs again, then a bye before Buffalo and Minnesota and Cleveland. That's a tough 3-game stretch right there after the bye. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap. Wynn throws to his left. That is caught. Gain of about 4 on the play. Jimmy, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you, sir. Looking over Denver's schedule. First 4 games. Raiders, Commanders, Dolphins, Bears. I think 3-1 is very doable. I think you can win your first 2 home games and split the road games of Miami and Chicago. Last touchdown was by Josh Hammond. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Let's get the wheel up. Last chance for a $5 super chat to join our raffle. We are about to do the drawing, but we will raffle off this challenge flag and we will mail it to you. We got that 5 in for the first time super chatter, XX Dallas. Jennifer is going to rewatch this game. If you rewatch preseason football games, you deserve a medal. We'll get the clock off the top there. There it is. I push it across. We get the score. Okay. Desire best, all out of money, Matthew. Dude, don't sweat it at all. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Spin that wheel. And the winner is Robert 2424. Robert sent in a $100 super chat to start the night off. Robert, if you're still watching, hit me up on Twitter at Matthew, my name, Petey. Pretty simple. Hit me up on Twitter and we will mail this to you. Robert 2424. Robert's here. Let's go, Robert. Robert, DM me on Twitter. You can just tweet at me. Just got to get your address so I can mail this to you. But shout out to you, Robert. That's awesome. Everyone start spamming Robert in the chat. Congratulations, dude. Thanks so much for your big contribution. Joining the Mile High Club. Robert 2424, my man. Thank you and congratulations, dude. Robert. Classic Eagles is spamming it. James. Common Robert W. Brady, go ruin their night. Watching highlights of the Cowboys-Raiders game, which Dak was the play caller for Will Grier. Evidently, Will Grier just slung it all over the field. 305 yards and 4 touchdowns. Wow. Good for Will Grier. Okay. Nathan, thank you so much. AFX, catch you later, buddy. Watching highlights from the Browns-Chiefs game. Unfortunately, Cleveland ended up blowing a lead to the Kansas City Chiefs, who came back to win in that preseason game. Okay. Under 2 minutes to go. Let's go. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Rams at their own 39. The snap to win. He throws to his left. That's in. Complete. Delonte Hood in on the stop. Alan B, are you making an immediate reaction after the game? Yeah. We're going to go through some of my winners coming out of this game. I bet the stats are pretty much the same leaders for all of them if you want to move them over now. Yeah. Albert O is not going to change his numbers. Same for Jarrett Stidham, the guys we're going to talk about. Jaleel McLaughlin, all those guys are done. 2nd and 10. False start on the offense. The Rams back up. Minute 50 to go. Sean Payton really needed this. He was livid after the first 2 preseason losses. So for him to bounce back with a big win here, that's huge. And to do it with all your backups, I feel like that says a lot about the culture you're building. 2nd and 15, a run play. A nice job by the running back to evade the initial rusher. And that brings up 3rd and 15. Okay. Robert, you tweeted at me. Third and 15. Run play, 4th down. Rams are pretty much just taking this one down to the clock. All right, Robert, I got your tweet, man. Let's go. 4th and 10. Okay. Rams are punting it. So we're going to jump right into our postgame show pretty much as soon as the clocks hit 0 here. Rams punted away. Denver's going to win this one 41-0. Big text, you just let me know when we are started. We're going to tell everyone about the Fanatics product too on the show. Yep. Okay. So 403 people watching right now. Don't leave, or maybe you probably will leave. But if you don't leave, we're going to have a post-game show. If you want to be on the post-game show, by the way, you can super chat, and we will include your take, your question, your opinion on the game or whatever in our post-game show, which will be published for everyone to see. So if you want to be a part of it, super chat, we will throw that on screen as Denver lines up in victory formation. This game is over. 41-0. Broncos wrap up the preseason with a big triumphant win over the visiting Rams. Sean Payton and Mr. Sean McVay meet at midfield to shake hands. But this one is in the books, and we're going to break it down. I've got some winners to go over. There's no losers. When you win 41-0, it is winning season, baby. So, Jarrett Stidham, 17 of 28, 236 yards, and 1 touchdown to Albert O. So we're going to get into post-game show. Don't go anywhere. We're going to break down this entire game. I'll give you my thoughts and whatnot, but kind of right off the bat here, everyone that needed to have a good game had a really good game. That's a very encouraging thing to see, right? Albert O needed to have a good game. Albert O had a great game. So let me add one. Can you add one comment driver to the show? Will Albert O make the roster? That and the sub-read is the only ones we need. Just use the weigh-in watch party for the whole time. Okay, Seahawks fan. One more time. To the sun. Get him out of here. Alberto was the star of the show, though, right? Over 100 yards receiving, a touchdown, a one-handed grab on fourth down. Alberto made a 53-man roster today. I am using my words deliberately there. I don't know if he made the Broncos 53, but if he is waived by Denver, someone else is going to claim him now because of what he just put on film. I hope that Denver holds on to him after a performance like that. I feel like that's the kind of nightmare stuff you'd have if you let him go and he, just demolishes just tears it up somewhere else. And you're like, what were we thinking? But yeah, shout out to Alberto. That was an incredible performance. Other big winners, Jaleel McLaughlin, he's making the roster. He scored a touchdown. He had a lot of good plays. He's great in the receiving department. He's great rushing as well. Big fan of what we have seen from number 38. Check. Jarrett Stidham looked like a good backup for once. We did not see that in the first two preseason games. He brings that out against the Rams, which, listen, the Rams played all their backups, and their backups kind of suck. So it's a little bit of take it with a tiny bit of grain of salt. Jennifer asking a good question. Hey, do you think the Broncos will get any wide receiver off the waiver wire? I bet Denver adds a wide receiver from the waiver wire. That just feels like a move that has to happen with all the injuries, right? 3 guys that you kind of penciled in to make the roster. Patrick, Jalen Virgil are gone for the year, so that's 2 of the 6. And Jerry Jeudy is likely going to miss some time. So probably in everyone's best interest. Russ does not get benched. Yeah, well, what are we talking about here? Hey, Mr. Alaska's in the chat. Mr. Alaska, we were talking about you earlier, looking at the hard hat MVP board here for the big super chatter. Shout out to you. Alberto, tight end 3 thoughts. Alberto, yeah. The tight end position is fluid. Like, what has Greg Dulcich done to show me no one can overtake him on the depth chart? You know what I mean? We're not talking about Julius Thomas here, right? We're talking about a second-year guy who was a third-round pick last year. Sounds a lot like Alberto at one point in his career. So I think Alberto as tight end 3 could also compete for tight end 2, tight end 1 even. This position group is not set in stone. He's not Travis Kelce already, right? Alberto can continue to have good days at practice, good games, and maybe rise up the depth chart a little bit. No knock against Dulcich, but I don't think we should be building Greg Dulcich up to a spot where he is a runaway tight end 1 and it's no questions asked. Like, they traded for a tight end in the draft, Adam Trotman for the Saints. I think that kind of speaks a little bit to the confidence level-ish in Greg Dulcich. They signed a tight end in Chris Manhertz. I don't want to just, be a Debbie Downer for Mr. Dulcich here, but Alberto definitely making a good case to at least be tight end 2 right now. What's wrong, Big Tex? Okay. Yep, I think, when do I think Jerry Jeudy will come back? Daniel, I wish I could give you a precise answer. My speculation is just that, speculation. Probably week 3. I think he'll miss the first 2 games of the season. The injury he sustained could be a 6-week injury. We're 2 weeks away from week 1, so that's 2. He misses the first 2 weeks, that's a month. He could miss 4 weeks. And so that knocks him out for the first 2 games. So my guess will be week 3 against the Miami Dolphins on the road. Robert, defense held and surrendered 0 points. Big improvement. 2 defensive stars today. I would say Drew Sanders with an interception and Isang Bassi also with an interception. Bassi with 3 picks in the preseason now. Sanders getting better and better and better by the preseason games. And now we go into the regular season. So I think you're spot on. Oh, a $20 super chat. Let's go. Johnny with a $20 super chat. We will also include this in our post-game show, John, so you'll double dip. But, John, thank you so much for the super. Let's go, man. Is Alberto better than wide receiver 5 or 6? And doesn't Chase McLaughlin, okay, and Javonte Williams run a lot alike? NS runs carrying defense for extra yards. I don't know what the NS is. Oh, North and South runs carrying defenses for extra yards. Okay, yes, I follow. Yeah, you're right. They are similar. They both have receiving abilities. Javonte Williams, his patent, if you will, is yards after contact, breaking tackles. Just incredibly tough to bring down. McLaughlin is a little bit more of a shifty player, right? He's going to have some great moves. He's going to break some ankles. Williams is a bit more of a bowling ball, but what's unfair is he's a very fast bowling ball. So that's the difference, if you will. But Alberto, yeah, I would say it's just one preseason game, so major overreaction here. But I think he's better than Kendall Hinton, who's probably wide receiver 6. So, John, we will throw that up on screen during our post-game cut, which we're going to get into in just a moment here. If anyone else has a question or a take they want on screen for the post-game show, super chat it like John just did, and we will include that in our post-game show. Let's start with the full screen intro. Yep. Okay, yeah. Change that score. Oh, Nelly, a $50 super chat. Mr. Alaska putting up the big one. Let's go. John, I think with your two $20 super chats, you're $10 away from getting onto the hard hat. Nope, that's not a $50 super chat. That's okay. Hard hat, hard hat, hard hat. $50 one coming in from Mr. Alaska, already on the super chat. Hall of Fame, the Mile High Club. Let's effing go, Broncos. And Alberto for tight end 2. Mr. Alaska, let's go, dude. Alberto for tight end 2. I'm with you. Like, major overreaction. But what have we seen from Adam Trotman ever to make him an undoubted tight end 2? Nothing. Alberto makes the roster. Good for him. Good for Alberto. We'll include both of those super chats during our post-game show. Yep, love it. Okay. Yep. We got Alberto stats and Jared Stidham and him, just the winner stats we really need to see. Okay. Mr. Alaska, thank you so much for the super chat. You are a legend. Okay. I want to get the kicking stats just in front of me. You don't need them. But what did Brett Maher go? He went 2 for 2 field goals, 5 for 5 for extra points. So 7 attempts altogether for Brett Maher, a perfect 7 for 7. Sparky Trotman has blocking and system knowledge. Like, I know all this. But, like, when I say I know this, I mean, I just don't know if Adam Trotman has shown us anything so extraordinary that we go, yeah, Alberto just can't rise the depth chart. You know what I mean? Like, there are spots like that on teams. Oh, my God! $100 super chat! Let's go! Wow! I am losing my voice tonight. VT92, $100 super chat! Yes! I ain't even broke, dog. Stay alive, Broncos Chat Sports. VT92. Let's go. Bang! Let's go! Everyone spam VT92 in the chat. Let's go, Broncos. Wow. And we had a $5 come in. I don't want to forget about Robert, but VT92. Yes. Robert 24-24. Jaleel McLaughlin making a case for RB2. I don't disagree. Again, the same logic I use with Samaje or Adam Trotman, we apply to Samaje Perine. What has Samaje Perine showed us? That you can just not pass him on the depth chart. Unbelievable. $100 super chat. Robert, Mr. Alaska, VT92, you guys are real ones. Let's go. Let's ride. That is what I'm talking about. Okay. We are about to jump into this postgame show. All of these super chats we will include in the postgame show. Let's kind of get to the winners first. Yep. John E with a $10 super chat, and that gets John on there. We'll include John's super chat during the postgame show. Let me add John right now, though. Did I lose my, there's my pen, my Sharpie. John E, if Denver scores over 30 points a game, then what will their record be? Honestly, if they average 30 points a game, which the Chiefs did last year, I think. Someone can fact check me. I think the Chiefs averaged 31 points a game last year. They'll win 13 games. 14 games. 30 points a game, you're going 14-2. John E, or 14-3, I guess now, actually. John E adding it. Josh Roth with a $10 super chat. Let's go. Yep, we're going to run through the winners and losers. Luckily for us, there's no real injury news. So we'll just kind of get right into it, the winners and losers. And then we'll get into all these super chats and just kind of have like a sports talk radio segment. Okay, John. Adding you right now to the hard hat. John E., thank you so much. $50 in super chats. Your name gets added to the hard hat. Josh Roth, I see your super chat. Even though this was just preseason, do you feel like this gives us momentum going into the regular season? I do. Like, I see what you're saying, Josh, and I don't disagree that preseason, like, how much can we really take it serious? But, like, you got to remember, watch Hard Knocks. It does go to show these guys are competing. They are battling. They are competitive. They want to win, even in the preseason. And it does create a culture of celebrating the locker room, driving home with a smile on your face, coming to work the next day going, we are a winning machine, not a bunch of losers. So let's stop playing like losers. Josh, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, are we ready? Yes. Don't worry about Brett Maher individual stats. That's fine. Okay, let's jump right into it. We'll get the score at the bottom, and then we'll get into the scoreboard, and then we'll run through my winners, sprinkle in that who's the biggest winner, sub-read, fanatics, and then, pardon? Nope. Just, yep. You got to start winning at some point. Like, the notion of, like, oh, tank for the first overall pick, get the best player, and then just start winning. No, you can't just go in and go, now that we have a good player, let's flip the switch and start winning games. It doesn't work that way. It just does not work that way. We're going to get to all those super chats one more time during our post-game show. Yep. Okay. You ready? You can kind of mix in throughout the winners and losers, weigh-ins, and the fanatics. All right, here we go. Trying to make food. Stop super chatting. It's making it difficult. All right, here we go. Let's jump into our post-game show right now. Denver ends the preseason with a bang. 41-0 over the Rams. I know it's preseason, but this is a very good win, right? This is a program tone-setting win, which big overreaction because you played the Rams, who were a bad team last year, and you played their backups. But still, Sean Payton has been dying for a win. He gets his first unofficial win as a Broncos head coach in the preseason. But a lot of really good takeaways coming out of this game. going into the regular season, which, depending on when you're watching this, might be 2 weeks away from the day. But let's look at some of the stats in the scoreboard here. I'm going to give you my winners coming out of this game, and then we've got some questions and comments and takes coming in from the audience as we film this during our live watch party. But it was dreadful for the Rams. Stetson Bennett was awful. He was picked off twice by Essang Bassey and Drew Sanders. Meanwhile, Jarrett Stidham, Jaleel McLaughlin, and Albert Okwuegbunam, all big-time winners. Jarrett Stidham, 17 for 28, 236 yards, and 1 touchdown. McLaughlin, 10 carries, 48 yards, 4.8 yards a carry, and 1 touchdown. And then Albert O with a 7-reception game for 109 yards and 1 touchdown. When it looked like his time in Denver was coming to an end, he might have legitimately just stolen a roster spot at the 11th hour. We're going to break down Alberto's game in more detail, so don't go away from that. Some more stats I want to toss your way, though. The Rams, abysmal. Like, this is a Sean McVay Rams coach team that does not try, I shouldn't say try, but does not play their starters in the preseason, but still, 159 yards. The offense is going to get a lot of love for this big number, but how about that big donut on the board? Shout out to the defense for completely shutting down this Rams offense. And as for Denver, 494 yards of offense. When was the last time Denver had that many yards in a regular season? It's got to be a while. Maybe they got it in the Chargers game in Week 18, actually, but still, someone can fact check me. It's been a long time, it feels like. So with that being said, let's run through my big winners coming out of this game, starting with Albert Okwuegbunam. Albert O was sensational, right? 7 grabs, 109 yards, and 1 touchdown. When it comes to Albert O, my words are very deliberate here. Albert Okwuegbunam has secured a spot on a 53-man roster. If Denver decides to waive him because they want to roll with 3 tight ends, which are the 3 tight ends that were inactive tonight, and that is Greg Dulcich, Adam Trotman, and Chris Manhertz, Albert O will not get through the waiver wire. He will be claimed somewhere else after putting up those kinds of numbers in a preseason game. That awesome 4th down, one-handed grab. Really excited for Albert O. Guy's had an up-and-down career so far. A year ago, he was the tight end 1 on this team. Fast forward to the first preseason game, he's literally the last tight end on the depth chart. But he might rise the ranks, because all I'm going to say is, what has Greg Dulcich or Adam Trotman shown us that they make themselves undoubted tight ends at the top of the depth chart? Albert O was tight end 1 last year, and he fell all the way down. Just keep an eye on 85. We'll talk more about him later on. My next winner is Jarrett Stidham. Rocky first 2 preseason games. Did not look like a backup that if he had to come in, I'd have any faith in. But Jarrett Stidham in this game, he took a hard hit at one point, delivered a strike to Marvin Mims, who, by the way, great play down the field, but 17 of 28, 236 yards, and 1 touchdown. Definitely the better quarterback between himself and Ben DiNucci. Stidham was much better this game. That's the guy Denver gave 2 years, $10 million to. So Jarrett Stidham, good confidence booster going into the season, knowing, hey, my number gets called. The last time I was on the field, I was lighting it up. But I want to go back to Albert O. Will Albert O make the 53-man roster in your opinion? Yes or no? I think he does. I think Albert O makes this 53-man roster. But if you disagree, that's perfectly fine. Just chime in for me down in the comment section. I think he does make the 53-man roster after a game like tonight. Maybe Denver rolls with 4 tight ends and another group loses the roster spot. But Albert O, he just looked uncuttable after tonight's game. Next winner, I've got Jaleel McLaughlin, the running back, who I told you guys back in May. Keep an eye on this UDFA out of Youngstown State. 10 carries, 48 yards, 1 touchdown. Jaleel McLaughlin was awesome in this game. He made some great plays out on the field and receiving abilities as well. I think he could legitimately push for some meaningful snaps this season. This is not one of those moments where preseason darling and then we never see him again in the regular season. I think there is going to be a role for him on this offense in the regular season. Big time winner. Fourth winner, I'm going to go with Isang Bassi. He had another interception, his third interception of the game. And with K'Wan Williams dealing with what might be a quietly serious ankle injury that they had to get a second opinion on, I'm just going to say it right now, Bassi might be your week 1 starter in the nickel position. If Williams can't go, Bassi's that first guy up. So Bassi definitely earned himself a roster spot after another pick tonight. Now, you can earn yourself an awesome Broncos and hat deal by going to chatsports.com/DEN combo. That link is in the comments and the description of today's video. So do yourself a favor, do yourself a solid. Get this Broncos and hat t-shirt combo on sale by using the link down below. Fifth and final winner, and there's a lot of winners tonight, so I don't want to exclude anyone, but Brett Maher, 2 for 2 in field goals, 5 for 5 from extra points. The Denver Broncos have their 2023 kicker, right? Maybe a midseason move if things get a bit shaky just because they're not too tied to him, but Brett Maher definitely secured himself a roster spot. I don't think you're going to see Denver try and poach a kicker that gets waived elsewhere as other teams start doing their roster cuts, as Maher was perfect tonight. But who was your biggest winner from the Broncos Rams game? One of the 5 guys we mentioned, Drew Sanders with that awesome interception. He's been getting better by the preseason. That's definitely a good candidate to go with. But let me know who your biggest winner was. For me, it's Albert O. He locked himself onto someone's 53-man roster, whether that's Denver or somewhere else in the league. Now, some final thoughts before I get into the super chats that we had fly in during the show, and then we'll kind of wrap up with a Sports Talk Radio here. Very important win for Denver. I know it's preseason, but something just feels important about beating the crap out of the team that kicked your teeth in on Christmas Day last year at home, first home preseason game. New Jumbotron comes out. Jumbotron, it's a Megatron. It's ginormous. This was a very important win for the Broncos. They end the preseason on a high note, and they go into week 1 against the Raiders, coming off a 41-0 victory. That's got to feel like a decent momentum boost right there. Now, some super chats we're going to fly into, starting with this Hundo Burger coming in from VT92. I ain't even broke, dog. Stay alive, Broncos Chat Sports. Love to see it, V2. Thank you so much. Or VT, excuse me. John E. with a $10 super chat. If Denver scores over 30 points a game, then what will their record be? Denver scores 30 points a game in the regular season. They are winning probably 14 games, right? Maybe they lose 35, 38 a week or two, but 30 points a game, that's guaranteed 12 wins, and that's on the low end of things. Josh Roth, which it's preseason, I don't want to start acting like they're going to average 30 points, but it's still fun to live in that world. Even though this was just preseason, do you feel like this gives us momentum going into the regular season? I do. Sean Payton has been super anal about winning these preseason games and has been livid with the fourth quarter collapses. You just can't go into the regular season and go, huddle up, everyone take a knee. We're 0-3 in the preseason, but that's over now. Flip a switch. Start winning games. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't, right? Go talk to teams that constantly finish towards the number 1 pick in the draft. Despite getting all these great talented players, you got to start winning somewhere. And if that's in the preseason, that's a good place to start. Robert, what's going on, dude? Marvin Mims was robbed twice of his first NFL touchdown, right? Yeah, I mean, that one they said down by contact was a bit of a bad beat. He went to the ground with the defender. The defender really didn't touch him, but I think by the letter of the law, that is, hey, Marvin Mims' first touchdown can come week 1. First play of the game on offense, Russell Wilson to Mims, 75 yards. Any objections? No? No? Awesome. Love to see it. Subscribe one last time before we get on out of here. Join one of the fastest growing Broncos YouTube channels. Plus, For my own selfish reasons, I want to get to 15,000 subs. That would be a huge relief for my bosses to get off my back so I can make more Broncos content. But I need more subscribers. I need you guys' help at home. So please join the channel so my bosses will let me do more Broncos content. All right, we are going to wrap up on the show. We've got Wyland tuning in. Big win indeed. Big win indeed. Okay. For everyone that super chatted today, for all of our new Mile High Club members, like Robert, like John, like Brett, like VT92, thank you guys so much for your incredibly generous donations. To everyone that super chatted, you are MVPs. If you liked the video, you're awesome. Go Broncos. We're going to sign off. We'll catch up later. But Denver takes down the Rams 41-0